If we can all assemble for the closed session, open session before closed session to start. We'll begin with the roll call.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Presente.
Councilmembers Bana and Brown are not present for roll call. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jerome Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU, Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C2, conference with real property negotiator. Property is Point Melody, site of former Naval Shipyard Depot. Agency negotiators are Dave Alshire. Negotiating parties, East Bay Regional Park District and Tribe and Upstream Point Melody LLC. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. Liability claim, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. Item C4 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. And under that is Lonnie Holmes et al. Versus City of Richmond. We do have speakers. Speakers are Cordell Hendler, Sheila Williams, Jose Abastida, Henry Powell, and Kevin Tisdale. You'll each have 2 minutes to address the council.
Okay,
Cordell Hendler.
that's me. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler and I am a concerned resident. You see this room in here? The unions. Why? Because they deserve a raise, because they got families they have to take care of. Think about it though. If you was in their shoes, how would you feel if they're making ends meet? Think about that. When you go into closed session, think about all the work that these unions have done. Think about it. They work, every time I go inside the library, they provide an excellent resource to our community. So when you go back in there, think about all the work they have done. And besides, it takes to be generous. So I was gonna quote scripture, but then I decided, I'll save that for the 5 o'clock one. So think about think about that. So Sheila, your turn.
Sheila Williams.
Thank you. I want to say good afternoon. My name is Sheila. I'm a proud member of SEIU 1021. And I've worked in payroll at the City of Richmond for 13 years. And I'm here to urge the city to invest into their employers. Got a question for you. Have you ever not had enough of something? Not enough food, not enough time, not the opportunity that you wanted, not even enough money, right? And as you're trying to figure out, someone would say, don't worry, I got you. Well, that's what we are here to tell you today. It's not enough, and we're expecting you to tell us, because we work hard for you, don't worry, I got you. And it's something about when somebody say, don't worry, I got you, it penetrates, right? And those words, it's like a comfort. And worry begins to dissipate in that exact moment. Don't worry, I got you. And I'm gonna leave you with my scripture. Proverbs 8:14 through 16. It says, good advice and success belongs to God. Insight and strength are his. Because of God, Kings reign. He's allowed you to be in position today. Rulers lead with the help of God, and nobles make righteous judgment. All we want to hear you say is, don't worry, you got us. Thank you.
Jose Abastida.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jose Luis Abastida, and I'm with SCIU 10-1. I am the proud political coordinator for this fantastic group over here, and I just want to say that the union workers are now officially working without a contract. As you guys know, it is now expired. These workers have worked for years for the city of Richmond. They have put in their lives, they have put in their personal times with their family, and it is time the city takes care of them and looks out for the city employees. Right now, I'm also seeing some empty chairs, and we're not happy with that. Our representatives should be here. We are not playing around, and things are about to get a lot more hotter. Get ready for contract negotiations. Thank you.
Henry Powell.
Good evening. My name is Henry Powell. I'm a proud member of SCIU, and I have worked for the city for 15 years. And I urge the city that you guys need to invest in us, because we are pretty loyal when it comes to doing our job and trying to make the city look like it's supposed to look. But it's kind of hard to do that when everything is going up. We got gas going up high, we got groceries going up high, and we got families that we got to take care of, rent's going up higher. We got all kind of stuff that's stacked up against us, but we are loyal to our jobs, and we are loyal to the city. And we just ask that you would just consider giving us what we need so we can continue to do what we do. And that's all I have to say.
Kevin Tisdale.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Kevin Tisdale, President, SCIU, Richmond Chapter. We come before you today seeking your support in achieving a fair and equitable labor agreement. Over the past several years, the city's financial position has been strengthened by the work of our union alongside council members, past and present, to advocate for sustainable funding mechanisms. These efforts have resulted in the city receiving revenue-generating measures such as documentary transfer tax, Measure U, gross receipts, and today, settlement funds, which should hit your account. These initiatives were specifically intended to strengthen the city services and enhance the city's financial position with its creditors. Today, the city finds itself with vastly improved financial situation, 21% reserves, nearly $17 million in end of the year closing in the black, and these conditions present a unique opportunity to make historic progress in investing in the workforce here in Richmond to keep it running. Richmond now has a chance to make more competitive with comparable cities in the region. A strong and fair contract will not only acknowledge the dedication for the current workers you see here behind me and out there doing their jobs, but also significantly improve the recruitment and retention efforts that the city so desperately needs. This is a critical step in moving the city forward to be a true city of choice for public service professionals. Again, we respectfully urge you to support these efforts and invest in the people that are here to serve Richmond every day. And SCIU, when we fight, we win. We fight, we win. And we're ready to fight with you and for you. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Stacy Walker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Stacy Walker.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Walker. I'm a Richmond resident, born and raised. I've worked for the city of Richmond for 35 years at the library. This is not the first time I've come before a city council asking for a fair contract, asking for fair cost of living increases. It's probably in the hundreds that I've done it over 35 years. We are asking for a fair contract. We are asking that the city be transparent when they sit at the table with our negotiators. We are asking that the city take into consideration that costs are rising quickly. I filled my car up last night. Thank goodness I did, because it would have cost me $10 more today. The fact of the matter is, I'm looking at retirement. And when I retire, I won't be able to live off my retirement. Just like I can't live off my salary now. I'm gonna have to get a job, and I'm gonna have to keep working. But I will be grateful for the benefits that I do have after putting 36 years in with the city of Richmond. So please, negotiate fairly. Please consider that we are all working with very little. Richmond is getting more and more expensive to live, not cheaper. And we deserve a fair contract, and we deserve a fair cost of living increase. There were many, many years that we have gone without, and there are many, many years that we have set our negotiating aside to help the city. And so now we're asking that the city help us.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the speakers that are online. We have 3 speakers.
And the speakers are John Varga, Vincent Ayaniello, and Fidencio Morales. John Varga, you may begin. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is John Varga, representing the members of IFPTE Local 21, who continue to work on behalf of the Richmond community and whose work brings this council's vision to reality. This despite our contract with the city having expired yesterday without a successor agreement in place. This did not have to happen. The union provided a list of proposals to the city 2 months ago. We are awaiting responses on nearly all of them. If we are to bargain in good faith with the city of Richmond, we need for you to give clear direction to the city's negotiators to bring responses to our proposals to the bargaining table and allow us to progress towards reaching an agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Vincent Ayaniello. You may begin.
Hello. I'm not sure if this is the exact right time. I do want to support the union as well. I called in, though, to throw my support behind the local business Super Churros that is again asking for help from the city to get one of the new permits to continue running their business they've run for the last 15 years in the same area. So but hearing the union as well, I would like to throw my support. I hope that Richmond, the city that I live in, and the council that I voted for, will bargain in good faith with the union and get a contract very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fidencio Morales. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Fidencio Morales. I'm a 1021 member. I've been with the city for 18 years. Our bargaining team has been repeatedly meeting with the city, fighting for a strong contract with fair wages. The city gave us a proposal over 3 years on wages. This was totally unacceptable. Let us celebrate like we celebrated for you guys, for the city council when they got their wages increased. Let us celebrate when the city manager got her wages increased also. All we ask is for a fair wage increase. Let us celebrate together as a team, as a city, and that's all I ask for. I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and there are no more speakers.
Thank you. So if there are no more speakers, then we will retire to closed session. So thank you. Everyone, it is now time to start the regular meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Wilson,
Here.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Here?
Chair Martinez,
Here.
and Attending Commissioner Scott. Here. Our next item is Statement of Conflict of Interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is Agenda Review. This is for the Housing Authority. Okay. Hearing no changes, we have Housing Authority Open Forum. We do not have any requests to address the council on the, oh, we do? I'm sorry. We have one speaker, Jamin Purcell. You'll have. We have one speaker, Cordell Himmler.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Martinez, Commissioners. For the record, Cordell Handler, Richmond resident. So I looked at the consent calendar and I don't have no problem with it. So I asked the commission to approve it as presented.
Our next item is approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar, and we have one item to contract with SWCA Environmental Consultants to perform an environmental review of the Richmond Village property.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I second.
All right. There was a second by Commissioner Scott, but it was by hand motion, and a second by Sahela, Councilmember Sahela Bana, which was by voice. So you can count on both, depending on whether you move or speak here.
Okay, I missed it. It was a motion by
By Seth,
Commissioner Scott,
no,
or it was Vice Chair,
Yeah,
right?
Vice Chair.
Zepeda, second by Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Pick one.
Okay.
Bana.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez. Oh, so I'm sorry, she's absent. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zepeda,
Yes.
Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Attending Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Motion passes with Commissioner Jimenez absent.
Well, with that done, it is now time for adjournment, and I want to thank Commissioner Scott for being up here with us. I always enjoy her company. So thank you. So this is now done, and we move on to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here?
Our next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none, our next item is agenda review. And we have a few changes to the agenda. We have a request to remove items U1C, amendments to the RMC Chapter 3.54 to add training component. U3A, authorizes the city manager to contract for immigrant legal services and public awareness campaign. U10B, authorize and appropriate to fund the Point Melody Bay Trail. We have corrections to item U8A, and the mayor will indicate what corrections those R, and then we have a correction to item U3A. And the recommended action should read, this is on page 8 of the agenda, authorize the city manager or their designee to negotiate and execute service agreements as necessary with a minimum of 3 qualified fiscal sponsors, appropriate agencies or service providers as necessary to ensure the timely provision of immigration legal services and related support as directed by the City Council on March 4th, 2025, for up to $1 million. We also,
Clarification, is it also removed from the agenda?
yes. Yes.
So it goes to consent calendar? I'm confused.
No, it's already on the
It is on consent
Yeah, so we're
calendar.
pulling it from consent?
It's moved from consent.
So why is it corrected if it's moved? I'm confused.
I was told there was a correction needed. I forget who pulled the item. Do you know? That's what I said, I don't remember.
Madam Clerk, is this pertaining to the contract? For
This is item U3A, yes, authorize the city manager to contract for immigration legal services.
The person is not present, but I
Okay.
believe it was Mr. Terrio.
Yes, it was Ben Terrio who pulled the item.
So we should move it up.
Okay.
Is this part of agenda review where I make a motion to move
It's-
something up?
It's part of the agenda review, and I need to state the changes that are being made to U8A. The changes, which is to the amendment to 2025 appointments to committees and liaison positions, are the addition of 2 ad hoc committees, Point Melati and the Terminal 1 ad hoc committees. The Point Melati Committee will consist of myself, Vice Mayor Cepeda, and Councilmember Robinson. The Terminal 1, I'm sorry, that's the Terminal 1 ad hoc committee. And the Point Melati ad hoc committee will be council members Doria Robinson, Claudia Jimenez, and myself. And both of them will be for the termination of the rest of the year or until the negotiations that are presently being heard are addressed. Yes?
I would like to suggest or I would like to make a motion that we take item U3A, which has been removed from the consent calendar. This is the item for finding a way for the city manager to contract for immigrant legal services. Considering that this is extremely urgent need and that we are about to take a break for summer, I would like to move that item up to immediately after the consent calendar, so before item V1.
Yes? Councilmember Robinson?
I was going to make a different request. I don't know if we need to do anything with.
Okay, well, let me say this. There will be many, many requests, which I've already heard from many, and my resolution is to keep everything as is. If there are going to be any changes, my resolution to keep things as is will have to be challenged.
So I'm asking for a vote on U3A.
I have a suggestion to move a couple items to consent calendar. We have a very busy schedule.
So we have a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor, and we need a second.
But nobody seconded.
I second.
All right.
I'm confused. Does it mean if your motion passes, we cannot move items to consent calendar?
No, it just means I've made a motion that, so U3A has been removed from the consent calendar, which would
Oh, okay,
normally
you have it right
place it at
after?
the end of the
Okay.
agenda. I'm making a motion that we hear it before we hear V1 because this is $1 million that we've
I
been trying
agree.
to spend.
Let's move on.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second for this. Can we vote on that?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
That's his. I think he's supposed to call for the vote.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes again.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
Okay, the motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no. So item U3A will be heard directly after approval of the consent calendar.
Yes, go
Okay,
go
great.
ahead.
So I would like to make a motion to move 2 items to the consent calendar. One item is W4, which is the visibility, preservation, protection of city-owned historic buildings. It doesn't have any financial impact. It's expression of will. And then item W8, which is to create an RFP process for an existing pot of money. Again, it doesn't have any, not any moving of money. It's money that's already been allocated, but to create an RFP process around it. I'd like to move those two to the consent calendar because we have so many new business items.
I had a friendly amendment to
Is that a motion?
W8. Can I add it and then move it to consent calendar?
Was that a
Yes.
motion?
W8 was also included in that.
She's picked W4 and W8 to move to consent.
Yes, what I'm saying is adding a friendly amendment and then
There's
move
no
it to
motion.
consent calendar.
It's a request on a motion.
Okay, so I make a motion that we move, can I make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
No,
I have to first see if I have a second, I think.
Is that motion? No, it's like.
Let's do them
he
separately.
accepted.
He
If
accepted.
he accepted, there is no need for a motion.
He said he wasn't going to accept it.
no.
Okay, so I'd like to second W4 being moved to the consent calendar and take a vote on that.
W4 only or W4
Let's
and
just
8?
do
Yeah,
them
let's do
separately
one
because it's
by
going to
one.
get complicated. W4 only.
I second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no.
I make a motion to move W.
Wait, before you make the motion, where does this fit into the,
We're moving W4 to consent calendar.
to consent calendar? Okay.
And
Yeah,
then
the
the
request
other
was
one was
Okay.
W8.
I make a motion to move WA to consent calendar.
Can I second it and add a friendly amendment, please?
Let's hear it.
I suggest that we ask the city manager to allocate traveling expenses for 3 city employees to go to San Antonio and watch Haven for Hope, which does pretty much what this item talks about, having a hub for daily services for the homeless. So allocating travels for 2 days for 3 city employees to San Antonio, Texas, to Haven for Hope.
No, I don't accept that.
Which item is that?
W8.
Oh, W8?
But it's along the same line, is to enhance.
That wasn't
the
agenda.
purpose.
It's
Wasn't an agenda, and it's not part of the direction of this item. So you are adding something that we don't accept.
I'm lost.
Okay, I'll bring it again in August. I thought I was helping you.
Okay. I need some clarification. Sorry.
So I am making the motion, and we need a second for this, to move WA.
W8. Okay, so,
And I'm seconding that.
okay, thank you. We ready? Ready? Okay, this is to move item W8 to the consent calendar. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes,
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez voting no.
I would like to request that item W10 moves to consent calendar.
I'll second.
No, you need to, I make a motion to move it to consent calendar and
I'll second.
W10
Yes.
to consent. Under open forum. We can't pull it off because we have to pull it off before 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can speak under open forum.
Give up our open forum.
We ready?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with council members Jimenez, Wilson, and Mayor Martinez voting no.
One more item, Mr. Mayor. I would like to introduce an emergency resolution in light of what Department of Justice under Trump is bringing in to classify residents, citizens as first-class citizens and naturalized citizens, and subjects naturalized citizens to deportation and being stripped or denaturalization without the right to an attorney. This is absolutely unfair. In the Pledge of Allegiance, we say with liberty and justice for all, but it divides us into first-class and second-class citizens. So this emergency resolution just confirms City of Richmond's commitment to liberty and justice for all, and condemns any federal or state actions that discriminate against naturalized citizens, including actions that strip them of their civil rights, citizenship, or process, or access to due process. Due process and legal rights are very important for all of us. 3 council members here are naturalized citizens.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Now, so to add something to the agenda that was not on the agenda, the motion needs to be that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda.
I'm sorry, say it again?
To add something to the agenda under the Brown Act, you have to make a finding that the need to take action arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And it takes a 4/5 vote to add it.
This is very important. We need.
It's not a question of importance.
I know, but you're talking about urgency.
I'm saying that
Timeliness.
that the need arose subsequent to when the agenda was posted. So you couldn't have known about it at the time the agenda was put together. That's the finding you're making.
I can say I didn't know about it.
Is this in response to the recent Supreme Court finding? Is that what brought this up?
Honestly, what I saw is a Department of Justice order, directive. I'm not sure if it comes from that or not.
I believe, and I might be wrong about this, that there was, in the last few days, a Supreme Court finding that, I can't remember the exact details of it, but I think it has to do with naturalized citizens.
Right. And the very fact that most of us are unaware of it shows that it was not something that people generally knew. So I think it passed
That's
that
okay.
test.
I'm just explaining
Yes,
to you
okay.
the determination
Okay,
that you
so
need to
we
make to
take a
add it to
vote
the
as to
agenda.
whether or not we want to accept this motion to be placed on.
Consent.
On the consent?
Yes, please, thank
Okay,
you.
on the consent calendar. So let's take a vote. We have to have 4 votes.
So there
You
was
have to have 5 votes.
5 votes. Thank you.
There was a motion by Councilmember Bonner, second by Councilmember Jimenez to add the emergency item. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay.
Okay,
we done with
before we move on to the next item,
I've got more agenda review.
oh, all right. Before we move on to the next item, let's finish.
Can I think I'm making a motion to continue is the verb I want, to continue W7, the CPRC until August 18th.
I second.
August.
And the reason
think
why
it's
is
the
because
19th.
it's really long and it's
think it's
a
the
lot of
19th.
things that we want to cover in that.
August 19th.
Oh, August 19th, I'm sorry, thank you.
Are we taking a vote on that,
Yes,
or
we
is it,
are.
or, okay. Councilmember,
Actually, who, Yeah, we have to take a vote on it because it came from city's attorney's office.
There was a motion by Councilmember Wilson, second by
Councilmember Menace.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Any other changes? I don't want to move too fast.
I don't have a change, but I have a clarifying question on one of the agenda items, but I don't want to pull it. Can I ask? Is this the right time to ask? It's on consent. I just have a question on it because I don't know that it matches the motion that we made.
Which item is that?
It's item U1C.
I believe that's been pulled.
Oh, that one was cool? I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
So U1C was pulled, the training?
Yes, U1C.
Oh, I thought it was U3A?
U3A is also pulled.
What else is pulled? Can you go?
He pulled the whole consent calendar.
Oh, well, we're here until next week then. Okay.
Madam Clerk,
I'm just kidding.
I'll ask my question then.
Mayor, if I'm, Madam Clerk,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please repeat in
What's been
finality
pulled?
the items that were pulled,
Okay.
please?
I'm sorry?
I was asking Mayor, through you as the chair, can the clerk please
Yes.
repeat the items?
Slowly,
I'm
please.
sorry, there's people talking over you. What did you say?
I was saying, pardon me, Mayor, through you as the chair, can the clerk please repeat all of the items that have been pulled?
Can I repeat?
No,
all-
can the clerk,
Oh, yes.
please? Thank you.
Can I add that also she also repeat the items that were moved to the consent calendar, pull and move? Thank you.
All the changes made.
Okay, here we go.
And slowly, please.
Okay, item one, U1C, that's amendments to the RMC Chapter 3.54 to add training component, that was pulled for discussion. U3A, authorizing the city manager to contract for immigration legal services and public awareness campaign. Item U10B, authorizing an appropriation to fund the Point Malati Bay Trail. Item W7 was continued to August 19th. Item W4 was moved to the consent calendar. Item W8 was moved to the consent calendar. Item W10 was moved to the consent calendar. Let's see. Item, did I mention W7? Sorry, was continued to August 19th. Let's see, we added an emergency item, and that is a resolution affirming the rights of naturalized citizens and opposing politically motivated denaturalization. And let's see, there were some corrections to a couple of items. Correction to item W3A, which has been pulled, to U3A, sorry, U3A. There was a correction to add a minimum of 3 qualified fiscal sponsors. And the mayor made a correction to his item to add 2 ad hoc committees, Terminal 1 and then Point Malati. I think that's it. Item U3A will be heard directly following the approval of the consent calendar. Did I get it all?
That's it? Yeah, you got it.
Got it?
Okay. No, before we go on to the next item, I want to make a quick announcement, because generally when people see these things up here, because I'm sooner or later going to take my glasses off to wipe my eyes, and people might notice that I have a lovely bruiser here, and it was happening while gardening. I was challenged by gravity to have a face-to-face confrontation with the sidewalk. Now, I want to let everyone know that the sidewalk is laying flat and I'm standing. So. Now we can continue.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
I was so impressed with how the city clerk was going through all these agenda items and changing everything. I don't have very much to do. So on the closed session agenda items, the labor item with negotiation with the bargaining units, that was extensively discussed. There was, direction was given to negotiators, but there was no reportable action taken. The point Malate item was briefly discussed, but there was no reportable action. The Terminal 1 item was briefly discussed, but there was no reportable action. And the Lonnie Holmes v. Richmond item was not discussed.
Our next item is a report from the city manager, and under her report, we'll also hear a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. KCRT, can you please put up the brief PowerPoint? And Ms. Taylor, if you'd like to come forward. So please join us on Thursday for the 3rd of July celebration in Richmond at Marina Bay Park. There will be music, food, family fun, and a spectacular fireworks show. Festivities run from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. with fireworks lighting up the sky at approximately 9:15 p.m. This event is free and family-friendly, and it's open to all. If you have questions or require additional information, please call 510-620-6793. Next slide. Also coming up, and I'd like to thank our Community Services Department for organizing Movies in the Park. Summer Movies in the Park are back in Richmond. Grab your blankets, lawn chairs, and loved ones for free family-friendly movie nights under the stars. We kick off on July 11th. For more information, please call 510-620-6793, and the movies will start on July 11th, 25th, August 8th, August 22nd at 8:30 p.m. If you haven't been before, I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Next slide. Currently, there's an RFQ open for the Poet Laureate. For those who are interested in serving as the Poet Laureate from 2025 to 2027, there's now a call open. The application period commenced on June 6th and concludes on July 17th. If you have questions, please call 510-620-5596. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Taylor, Director of HR, to provide an update on hiring.
Good
and promotions.
afternoon. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. KCRT, can you please bring up the slides? I present to you the June 2025 new employee report. Next slide. We have a new police officer trainee, Prince Emojioi. Aaron Pickett, Communications Dispatcher 1. Allison DeLuna, Communications Dispatcher 2. Stephanie Ragler, Parking Enforcement Representative. Herrera Mosquita, Administrative Student Intern. Elena Romanik, Lifeguard, Community Services Recreation. Liza Garcia, Office Clerk Cashier, Recreation. Karina Garcia, Lifeguard, Community Services Recreation. Norin Fadel, Administrative Student Intern, Department of Children and Youth. Jose Morales, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Oswaldo M. Gadio, a Maintenance A2, Public Works. Sanaa Green, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Shalon Thompson, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Kashika McDowell, Recreation Program Specialist, Recreation. Rafael Artega, Lifeguard, Recreation. Marlene Calextro, Recreation Program Aide. Layla Howard, Recreation Program Leader. Kenneth Johnson, Office Clerk Cashier, Recreation. Joa Chan, Office Clerk Cashier, Recreation. Layla Boatman, Recreation Program Aide. Tristan Springer, Recreation Program Aide. Ivan Malav, Peacekeeper, Office of Neighborhood Safety. Anali Casarubias, Administrative Student Intern, Economic Development. Nicholas Beard, Recreation Program Aide, Recreation. Julia Gradall, Recreation Program Aide, Recreation. Melanie Villafon, Office Clerk Cashier, Recreation. Javier Torello Lopez, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. Mateo Verda, Lifeguard, Recreation. Simha Faraha, Lifeguard, Recreation. Danette Williams, Recreation Program Aide, Recreation. Todd Locke Wallace, Lifeguard, Recreation. Khalil Cheney, Lifeguard, Recreation. Malik Longmire, Recreation Program Aide, Recreation. Ashley Najira Mejia, Recreation Program Leader. Mia Palacios Hertel, Administrative Student Intern, Economic Development. Larry Davis, Maintenance Aide 2. Daniel Wilson, Recreation Program Leader, Recreation. So you see we're staffing up our Recreation Department and filling some of those maintenance aide positions. I'm happy to present some of our promotions that were done in June. Next slide. Elizabeth Bishan, Police Captain, Police Department. James Moody, Police Lieutenant, Police Department. Orlando Guzman Ibarra, Police Sergeant, Police Department. Brandon Bachman, Firefighter. Marquise Davenport, Firefighter. Omar Diaz, Firefighter. Brandon LaRocco, Firefighter. Victor Osuna, Firefighter. Hugo Panuco Jr., Firefighter. Gilberto Perez, Firefighter. Albert Torres, Firefighter. And thank you. We welcome our new employees and congratulate our new promotions. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the agenda or items that are not on the agenda. Please keep your comments respectful. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. The speakers are Cordell Hendler, Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell, Liz Woods, Don Gosney, and Bruce Byard. Go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, Cordell Handler with some gifts for you all. So for a future agenda request is to bring back the standing committees. Why? Because they are very important to how our city should be functioning. Because I recently participated in a Zoom call with the city of Berkeley, and they meet monthly to discuss items that are going to be coming forward for them. So I'm asking that to be placed on a future agenda. That's one. And then second is every time I come up to this dais, I've seen a lot of distant body language, and I'm like, I was very surprised because to me that's like, as leaders, the community has put their trust in you, and for what I've been hearing, it's like this arguing, and it's like, it's not, to me, that's not professional. mean, when we had the youth here last week, it was inspiring. They see their elected officials, like as leaders themselves, but we're supposed to set a good examples to them. So we need to show the youth in here that the city council can show some decorum. And then finally, I'll leave you with a scripture from the Bible. Reap what you sow, because for what I'm seeing, we need to conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion, because when I looked at the agenda, we have 10 items. I predict that if we might get 5 if we're lucky. But still, you also got to think about the presenters that were here last week. They were waiting patiently 6 hours for their items to be heard. No. Y'all need to better organize, because if I'm presenting something, I should not have to be waiting until like 10, 11 o'clock. I should be moved up in the agenda. So I'll just leave it at that. So hopefully you'll take this time to to prioritize about people when they're waiting for their item to be heard. That's it.
Mark Wassberg.
The U.S. Constitution was written only for American citizens and nobody else. If you're an illegal immigrant, you will be deported, and you do not have to have a trial because you are here illegally and you have no rights. And now, hopefully, it looks like a sure thing that all these children that was born by illegal immigrants are going to have their citizens stripped, which the United States government has every right to do. Well, see you later, Jimenez, because once they strip your citizenship, no more city council. You'd be going back where you belong. It's no joke. It's going to happen. If I stand corrected, it already passed the United States Supreme Court. So I think there's one more step before it's finalized, because the GOP controls the House and the Senate. And the United States is the only country that allows this. All the other countries do not allow it. It's all about saving our constitutional rights, because we know all these illegal immigrants been coming in. You don't have to be a Latino. All these other illegal immigrants are coming and try to change our laws. And now they're trying to get into government to implement their laws for themselves. So you ain't fooling nobody. Trump is doing the right thing by getting rid of these people. And all these people out there protesting. If you don't like our laws, just go back. We don't need you people here. If you can't come into my country and respect our laws, then leave. We don't want you here. If I went to Mexico or somewhere else, I have to obey their laws, right? You don't want to go in jail in Mexico. No way. Or anywhere else in Central America. So for all you illegal immigrants that was born by your parents, bye-bye.
Jamie Purcell.
Okay. First, I would just like to say what I was hoping to actually talk about, which is that I've really appreciated the activation of the auditorium this weekend. It was lovely to see the improvements of the lighting. I did have some discussions with people about trying to improve the audio, but I think that's a really great entertainment space, and I do think that it's something we should be looking at when we're trying to figure out how to do economic development here in Richmond. It is a great place to be able to have conventions and other things. As well, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the library once more for its reaching out to Richmond Rainbow Pride to be able to try and help inform people about how to make our community stronger and to be more supportive of people from various different backgrounds. And in this case, it was about trying to be able to know how to incorporate our LGBT siblings into our work environment and make it more a healthier environment. Now, that all said, anybody in this country is allowed due process. This is something that has been set from the very beginning. All of that nonsense about saying that people don't have rights or they're going to get stripped, that may be true, but I've read the Constitution. I've also read the Bill of Rights because I have a degree in it. And one of the things that it does talk about is about trying to make sure that people are afforded rights, because when this country was made, most of it was non-citizens. And in fact, most of it was enslaved, and we also had Native Americans who are already here, but we still tried to incorporate some fundamental rights. And we've been building on that and expanding them because we want to be a country of laws and a country that tries to lead the way for liberty and tries to offer a path for people to be able to find a home for whatever reason. And I hope that place is Richmond.
Liz Woods.
Hello, Council. How are you this evening? I came here to talk about several things, but then I was reading on here, you want to develop and launch a 6-month pilot program, work titled Clean Richmond Community Maintenance Crews. Well, I proposed this, the Love Where We Live, before the pandemic. And so this seems like a copy of what I want to start, but I've been doing this by myself. The parking lot where the tenants park at, I've cleaned, it took me 3 weeks. I did it by myself. The weeds, the trash, removed all that. That parking lot looks good. Keeping the front where the tables are, I've been doing that by myself. Don't get a dime, no donations. I have put some flyers right there. So anybody want to donate, $2, $3, $5, because I have to replace the things on my weed eater. I'm doing this because I love what I do. I love my community, and I want my community to be clean. And the police need to have more power to say what's going on over there. We have too many people just hang out there, they drink, smoke, and sell their drugs, and they bring trouble to where I live at. And I want my community to be great. We're gonna have new tenants moving in. They don't need to see all that. The city don't want to clean up over there. They don't like the crowd. EAH don't want to clean up over there. They don't like them, but I've been doing this. I don't wear pants. I go out in a hoodie dress, long hoodie dress, and I work hard. I don't sit on my ass. I work hard, okay? Because I love what I do. But if you can donate $2, $3, anything, it would help me. But I just want to show you this because I'm serious about the Love Where We Live. I had this made, this is what my workers would wear. I had this made for, it says, it has the city of Richmond on there, and then it has my name, and then on the back, it says, Love Where We Live, right? And so the city gave me a vest, but I had this custom made. And the city has stepped up. They have been emptying the trash cans. They come by and ask me, do I need anything? I asked EAH for a shovel. They didn't help me with that. But you guys, don't forget me. I work hard, and I'm making a change for the community, all right? Thank you.
Don Gosney. Don Gosney.
I'm sorry, wait for the clear.
Okay, come on.
Thank you.
Lord Jesus.
I'm sorry. Haven't even got to the microphone, I'm being chewed out. Sorry. I'm concerned that a practice of this city council seems to be taking advantage of over the past several months is moving consent calendar items onto, regular items onto the consent calendar items. When you do that, it stifles comment. It means, as you guys pointed out, if I want to talk about it now, I can't talk about it on the agenda. I have to use up my public comment time. Whatever I was going to say in public comment, null and void right now because I have to use it to talk about that particular item on here. So what is so important about this item that it cannot wait until later in the meeting and be brought into the light of day for discussion? I don't understand that. And it's not just this item, it's many items on here. But what are you trying to hide? Why are you trying to do something like this to keep the public out of the discussion on this? I don't get it. But now on the item itself, talking about what, W10, why do we keep wanting to invest in other cities on their events? At any time, has the Albany people come in there to support our Juneteenth parade or Cinco de Mayo parade? Does San Pablo come in there for our Juneteenth parade or festival? No, they don't do that. Does El Sobrante come in there to support our events? No, they do not. So why are we spending Richmond money to help out other projects in other cities? I just don't get it. There's an insistence on this. You know, we are not El Sobrante. We are Richmond. Keep our money here. We got plenty of things we can do here with our things. And yeah, some of our people actually go there. That's fine. We also go to the Albany Stroll. How come the Queen of El Sobrante doesn't try to take care of the Albany Stroll people too? I don't get it. So they just, you are elected to represent the city of Richmond, not El Sobrante. Just keep that straight.
Our last in-person speaker is Bruce Byard.
I'm not kidding you. You don't get anywhere near a woman these days.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm here tonight to speak to item 10B on the Poimalati Bay Trail, but I know I can't talk in an open forum. I also know I can't ask a question that would be answered in open forum, but I'm wondering if there could be a ruling on whether item U10B when it'll be taken up. Will it be taken up after the consent calendar? Then I know how long I'll be here tonight, so thank you.
Yes, it is. It's removed. Sign up. Item U10B was removed from consent, so if anyone wants to sign up for that item, please do so. Sign up for the item. Okay, you did. You signed up for the item.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Well, my question is, when will it be heard on the agenda?
At the end of the agenda? Okay. Okay. Are we ready, Mayor? We still have online speakers, sorry. We have 2 online speakers, and Ursula will call the speakers.
The speakers are Rodney Brown and Dylan Avery Harp. You will each be given 2 minutes to speak. You may begin, Rodney. Oh, looks like he lowered his hand. Okay, Dylan Avery Harp, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Dylan Avery Harp. I really appreciate y'all's time tonight. I am actually the community engagement manager over at Richmond Land. We're West Contra Costa County's first community land trust, and I really just wanted to second y'all's time to announce the fact that we are leading a community-led housing resource event around the Los Deltas development on August 2nd. Local community member Deshaun Goodwin actually came forward with the request to make this collaborative event around the Los Deltas housing redevelopment project. So ourselves, Richmond Land, as well as the Housing Development Corporation, Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services, Richmond Community Foundation, and the Housing Authority of Contra Costa County are collaborating on this event. And I just want to invite everybody out for this day of connection, resources, and celebration as we raise awareness around new affordable housing opportunities for Native, current, and former North Richmond residents. We'll have local housing providers and resources there. We'll have food and live performances for free there. We'll have kid activities there, and we'll also be running a back-to-school backpack giveaway for students. We'll have music, photo booths, and community vibes, just celebrating all of the development that's going around the Los Deltas redevelopment. So if there's any questions or to RSVP, you can find all the information on richmondland.org. We're also open to any type of sponsorships and partner donations. So if there's any questions about that, you can reach out to me, Dillon, Dillon, at richmondland.org. As well as visit our website, richmondland.org, to find out anything else that you need about that event. I really appreciate you guys' time tonight. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rodney Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to say good evening, council and everybody, the mayor. This is Rodney Alamo Brown, a community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. I want to invite you all to the 11th annual Soulful Softball Sunday, which will take place August 24th, 2025 at Nickel Park in the beautiful city of Richmond, California. It's going to be a load of fun as always. It will be definitely great to see you all, council members, there at the festivities. It starts at 9 a.m. We'll open up the event with prayer. And then, of course, we'll start the softball tournament, which is the 3rd annual Mayor's Cup Challenge. Mr. Martinez, we're expecting you to be there to award the trophy to the winner of this prestigious event. Also, there's free vendor booths, We'll honor these terrific human beings, Joe Fisher Jr., Sonia Smith, Dr. Kirby Lynch, Guadalupe Avalos, and yours truly, Dr. Jamila Brown, Z. Hadas, Jawad Dam, Helen Burks, Ahmad Lee, Dr. Emir Loggins, and ours personal, Bisa French, Steve Alameda, Posthumously, Darren Patrice, and Maurice Slokin. Once again, August 24th, 2025, in the beautiful city of Richmond, California, at Nickel Park. Those of you that have not attended, it would be great to see you there. You guys are going to have a load of fun. We have backpack giveaways. We also have free resources for the community, mental health resources, housing, things of that magnitude. And again, it's going to be a great day. It'll be 76 degrees that day, so make sure you come hydrated with plenty of water. We'll be giving away water and things of that magnitude as well. It's going to be a fun day. Those of you who have not been there, expect to have a wonderful, wonderful time. Ms. Wilson, we'd love to see you out there as well. Ms. Claudia, Ms. Bonna, all of you. Of course, Caesar, he's always there every year. We'd love to see Caesar there again. And of course, Ms. Robertson. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar. As a reminder, we have pulled item U3A, U1C, and U10B from the consent calendar to be discussed at the end of the agenda. We have added an emergency item, and we've added item W4, W8, and W10 to the consent calendar. So those items will be included on this vote.
Make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Ms. Clerk, just clarification. You said the 3 items that were pulled are going to be heard at the end, except for...
Except for U3A.
Thank you.
I second it.
Seconded. Okay. You ready, Mayor? Are we ready for the vote? Mayor, you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonna?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Okay, moving to item U3A. U3A is to authorize the city manager or their designee to negotiate and execute service agreements as necessary with a minimum of 3 qualified fiscal sponsors, appropriate agencies, or service providers as necessary to ensure the timely provision of immigration legal services and related support as directed by the City Council on March 4th, 2025, for up to $1 million. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Good evening. I'm so short, I can't. There we go. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Zepeda, members of the City Council, LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and I have with me Gabino Arradondo, who's Project Manager. We tonight are here to answer any questions regarding this item. On March 4th, 2025, the Richmond City Council directed city staff to allocate up to $990,000 from the fiscal year 24-25 surplus funds to support immigrant legal services and a public awareness campaign, and then $10,000 to provide free municipal IDs. However, after 2 rounds of solicitation through a request for proposal process, we only received 1 response. To expedite service delivery during the council recess, city staff is proposing to authorize the city manager to facilitate agreements or negotiate and execute agreements with up to 3 qualified fiscal sponsors, appropriate agencies, or service providers as necessary to ensure that we can provide timely provision of immigration legal services and other related services such as community outreach and engagement for up to $1 million.
Yes, Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. My question is, how is the process? We would like to inform the legal groups we know to apply. How does it work? What is the timeline?
These are really great questions. We are going to, we've done some initial, had some initial conversations, done some initial research, considering we've had 2 unsuccessful rounds of requests for proposals and submission by what we believe are qualified vendors. So the city is going to continue to have conversations with existing organizations that we know about. We've gotten information about some organizations, so we're doing some research around those organizations, but if you want to just inform any organizations that you know that provide outreach, engagement, legal services, please provide their contact information so that we can reach out. We are still trying to develop what the process will be. We know it will follow our city's procurement processes, which will probably include another RFP to ensure that we are getting the right organizations to provide the service. The initial RFPs was to find a sole fiscal agent that would hold the contract and then probably subcontract. So we might have to do something a little different to make sure that we can receive responses.
Thank you.
In a
So I
timely manner.
contacted ACLU and they said they had a listserv of all the nonprofit legal services. So if you could provide what it takes, I'll be happy to share it with them and they share with listserv. I can put them in touch with you.
I will yes, right now I'm going to provide my email address so anyone can please email me. It's Lashonda_White, LASHONDA_White, WHITE @ci.richmond.ca.us. So if anyone is listening, please email myself, me, and Orgabino Arredondo, and we will reach out as soon as we get a revised RFP together.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you so much for doing this work. I agree we need to move really fast. When you say up to 3, I think I would like to make sure that it's at least 3, no up to 3.
You are correct. I misspoke. In the what we provided to the clerk and what she read into the motion was that it is, or the recommended action is that it is a minimum of 3 qualified vendors. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you.
All right, we'll take it to public comment.
We have 1 in-person speaker, sorry. Speakers, Jamin Purcell. You'll have 2 minutes.
I agree with this item, and I really appreciate that we're actually trying to expedite this because this is especially, this is the problem with people who follow the laws and the process of how things are done is that unfortunately when people don't do that, you have people running buck wild up like ice. So I appreciate that the city's stepping forward and they're not only doing the right thing, but doing it in the right way. And so I just really appreciate that, especially because there's a lot of misinformation going around and a lot of fear within our community. And the best thing we can do to be able to try and stop that pervasiveness of fear is to know that there is leadership there to support them and back them up. Thank you.
That was our only in-person speaker. Now we will move to the speakers online. We currently have 6 speakers.
And the speakers are Porak, Andrew Melendez, Marisol, Jocelyn, Lorraine Reza, and Carolyn Avelar. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called, and you will be given 2 minutes to speak. Porak, you may begin, and please identify your name for the record.
Ontario, I'm the president of Richmond Police Officers Association. The reason I pulled this item is to ensure that there would be a good fiscal response. I'm glad to hear that there's going to be 3 fiscal sponsors. One of my things that I've seen a lot over as a police officer over the years is folks who are elderly who get taken advantage of and immigrants who get taken advantage of. And this is a lot of money, and I don't want to see it go to anybody who would potentially scam people. The Attorney General's office put out an item on June 27th specifically talking about consumer alerts on notario fraud, obtaining immigration legal help, and locating detained people. So I would encourage folks to look at that. It came out on June 27th. It specifically talks about lawhelpca.org and immigration law help. And I think there's a lot of no-cost legal service providers that should be reached out to or consulted with on this issue. I think that'll be extremely helpful. And I want to make sure that this money just doesn't go to whomever, and actually it goes to people who will help people out with their immigration status. So I'm glad to see the change in the fiscal sponsors and that there'll be great accountability in this amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Melendez. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez, lifelong Richmond resident. And I'm here today to speak in support of this agenda item to, allocate the $1 million and hopefully throughout the break, get this money allocated equitably. Right now we're at a period where our immigrant community is in need of support now more than ever before. As ICE activity continues to threaten the well-being and the livelihoods of community members, not only across California, but here in the Bay Area as well, I truly believe Richmond needs to step up and ensure that we're being proactive in investing as much as we can to directly provide resources and services for our immigrants today. The hope is that, this money can be invested in providing educational materials, know your rights materials, immigration legal workshops, forms of community engagement that allow our residents to be prepared even before an encounter with ICE. This is the best way. I truly believe that we can protect our Richmond immigrants by giving them the resources that they need so they can feel free to be out in our community, to walk around, to live freely in a city that is doing everything they can to protect them. And so I hope the council will vote to approve this item so that throughout this break, the city can work to get this money allocated since we've been waiting on it for such a long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol. Marisol, you may begin.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a third generation Richmond resident, a granddaughter of immigrants, and have been advocating since March for the $1 million. I want to thank our council members, Jimenez, Robinson, and Cepeda for prioritizing this, and all of the council members that prioritized, and the mayor that prioritized this. Unfortunately, I didn't think that this was controversial enough to be called off of the consent calendar to have a conversation about this. I thought it would be a priority and that it would move through the consent calendar without any public comments. But since we're here, Ben, appreciate that. I really want to ensure that the process is community-led, that there are multiple legal service providers, in particular ones like Oasis Legal Services that work with trans and queer undocumented people, many that are underserved, or other Catholic Charities East Bay, and Social Justice Collaborative, Multicultural Institute. There's so many others that are currently working here in Richmond that are serving Richmond residents. I know Stand Together also has connections with Family, Jewish, and Children's Services and IIBA. I want to affirm that we need to have proactive legal services and not simply deportation defense services. We should not be waiting for our immigrants to be in the most crisis to seek a pathway to citizenship and being legal in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jocelyn. Jocelyn, you may begin. Jocelyn?
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Okay. So my boss, I'm a Richmond resident of District 2, and just want to go every especially with regards to the relationship that it's taken to build and find these communities, these respond for our community, and also sentiments in that it's disappointing and infuriating to have this agenda item stripped from the consent calendar.
Okay, I think we lost Jocelyn. We'll go to the next speaker, which is Lorraine Reza. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I am also a Richmond resident, and I want to echo what has been said by Andrew and Marisol at least. And I think the person that was speaking in person, I'm not sure if I heard the whole comment, but like Jocelyn was starting to say, we I was at the meeting, at the city council meeting, when you all approved the $1 million for services directly to impact our immigrant communities. And now we're waiting and we're waiting. And now it's being stripped off of the consent agenda, which doesn't make any sense to me. To Ben Terrio's point, we have lots of immigrants that need the services. However, like Marisol said, if we're waiting until they are detained, which what we're seeing is ICE is disappearing them, and we're not able to track them down or know what's happening, they're being deported while their children are being left at home. We need to make sure that we have plans in place, that they are connected to legal services much earlier than that point. And then on top of that, we have lots of underserved communities within our immigrant communities that need services to help them not only learn their rights, but understand what the processes are to be able to gain citizenship, so that they don't get to that point either of feeling so scared that they're afraid to even ask for legal services to be part of a system that is, again, disappearing them. So I'm really upset by the fact that we're continuing to wait. I'm upset that we don't have a way to actually put this stuff into motion. It's very important that we get it done as soon as possible. And there are organizations that are ready and willing and who are not there to con our immigrant communities. So thank you very much, City Council, and I hope that this gets accepted.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolina Avelar. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Carolina Velar, and I am a proud Richmond resident for the last 3 years. And in that time, I've been proud to witness the city of Richmond's moral leadership here in the Bay Area on many fronts. And with this measure, I believe that the city of Richmond has the chance to once again lead the way here in the Bay Area, showing through action and not just words how cities can protect the immigrant communities that make this region such a unique and vibrant place to live in. As our federal government attempts to sow fear in our communities through this measure and the $1 million dedicated to not only deportation response resources, but also preventative immigration resources for our communities, this helps provide the clarity that can help those in our community, the clarity that they need to be able to lead a secure and dignified life here in Richmond. As Lorraine and the other speakers before me have said, it's essential that these dollars be released, as soon as possible. And as Lorraine has said, there are organizations that are ready to administer these monies in a fair and equitable way that truly do meet the needs of our communities that are here connected in Richmond, already doing the work. And so, again, I share the frustration of the callers before me that this is being stymied or in any way slowed down, and just want to add my voice to those other Richmond residents that really want to advocate for these monies to be used to help support those immigrant communities here in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
All right, in that case, public comment is closed. And is there further discussion? Yes, Councilmember Bana?
I was going to make a motion if no discussion.
All right.
I move to pass it.
I second.
Okay.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Our next item is public hearing.
Oh, no, I don't.
Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving a report of sewer service charges for fiscal year 24-25, allowing for the sanitary and stormwater fees to be collected on the annual 25-26 tax rolls. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, we'll begin with a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, Public Works Director, and with me tonight is Mrs. Mary Felt, a Water Resource Division Manager. The purpose of my presence here is pure decorative. I'm going to pass the mic to Mrs. Felt.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor. This resolution allows us to place the sanitary and storm fees on the property taxes. So the city of Richmond is guaranteed the fees annually. The fees are collected in December and April and then again in June. So basically what we're asking the council to do tonight is to adopt the resolution, therefore allowing us to place these fees on the property taxes. The single family rate will be the same as last year, which is $1,121 per single family dwelling. And the multifamily rate will be the same as last year again, which is $964 per dwelling unit. So if you have a 4-unit apartment complex or quad unit, it would be $964 times 4. The industrial rates are based on flow and the pollutant loading. Are there any questions?
There are none. We will hold them off until after public comments. So I'm
Okay.
going to open the public hearing.
We do not have any in-person speakers, and I think I did announce if anyone wants to address the council to raise their hand. We don't have any online speakers either.
Okay, since there are no public speakers, the public hearing is closed. And now it's time for clarification questions or comments. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that this is not for West County customers. It's only for Veolia, right?
This is for the Richmond Municipal Sewer District, correct? No West County fees are correct. West County does their own collection.
Thank you.
If there are no, yes.
Mary, thank you for this. And I know that's a fee that it's important to increase, but I want to make sure that we understand it. Looking at the single unit resident fee for the 23-24 and then 24-25, we didn't have an increase. We did have an increase for the multi-unit residential. But can you maybe help explain a little bit more? I think I understand it, coming from the West County wastewater. So this is only going to affect the portion of Richmond that is not serviced with West County wastewater. But can you tell us a little bit more about where these fees are going and why year over year we've been increasing them? What do we use it for?
The fees are used to reduce debt. We do have several wastewater bonds that are financed through the wastewater district. And it also is used for the treatment plant to treat the water that is discharged through the outfall. And it also pays for staff for the pretreatment program, and it also does pay for Veolia services to operate the treatment plant and the collection system.
Thank you. And then some of those bonds that you mentioned, some of those loans, are they part of deferred maintenance?
I'm sorry?
Are they part of deferred maintenance?
No. The bonds were used for capital projects, so we have bonds for 2016 and 2019. Most of the other older bonds were basically swapped out and paid off. So we have 2 current bonds.
Thank you. Are any of these new potential increases going to be going towards any deferred maintenance in our system?
No.
No? Perfect. No other questions for now. Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions, I need a motion.
I move that we approve this item.
I second.
Okay. Motion.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Our next item under new business is item W1, and that is approve the City of Richmond's response to the 2024-25 Contra Costa Civil Grant Jury Report Number 2503, entitled Staffing Challenges Facing the Richmond Police Department, Diminishing Funds and Fewer Officers, and submittal of the response to the Contra Costa Grand Jury. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to speak under this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening again, LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Hello, Chief. I am here with Chief French and City Manager Curl, as well as Attorney Shannon Moore, in case there are any questions regarding this item, but we do have a few slides. KCRT, if you don't mind, please pulling up the slide deck. Thank you. You can go to slide 3, please. On April 26, 2025, the 2024-2025 Contra Costa County Grand Jury issued a report, number 2503, entitled Staffing Challenges Facing the Richmond Police Department, Diminishing Funds and Fewer Officers. This report is available to the public on the Contra Costa County Grand Jury's website. The report includes 16 findings and 7 recommendations, which requires a response from the City Council and also invites a response from the Richmond Police Chief. All responses are required in a very specific format that is set forth per the cover letter, which was submitted with the grand jury report, and that cover letter was dated May 1st, and it is attached as part of the agenda packet. In alignment with past practice, the city is required to report to provide a letter and provide responses to findings and recommendations in accordance with California Penal Code 993.05, which is also included as a reference in as part of the attachment. This letter is due back to the grand jury foreperson, both in email format as well as a hard copy, by August 7th, 2025. And because of council recess, we are bringing this item to you all now. Next slide. So the report is 10 pages, and the grand jury did research. They may have talked to individuals. They may have looked at city council items. They may have done a variety of things to come with the report and the findings and recommendations that were included in it. What I have done here is just highlighted and summarize the 16 findings. They are in the actual staff report, and then also in the letter that will be submitted to the grand jury. You can see the actual language of each of the findings, but this just gives you a sense of what the findings are about. Really quickly, the first one was around increase in violent crimes. Then there was a finding regarding the reallocation of $3 million in the budget in 2021. There were a few findings regarding the Raftellus and Matrix reports, and then recommendations regarding RPD staffing that may or may not have been made. Also, they talk about council action based on the reports from Raftellus and Matrix. There are findings regarding Richmond Police Department recruitment and staffing, training, and specialized units, as well as overtime. Then it shifts to having findings around the Community Crisis Response Program. Its purpose is staffing, current calls for service, and then implementation. And then the last 2 findings are regarding the Chevron settlement in terms of when we will receive it and what the funds could be used for. Next slide, please. So per the cover letter, we are required to respond in very specific ways to each of the findings. And it says that you can either, these are the 3 options. You can agree with the finding, you can disagree with the finding, or you can partially disagree with the finding. Those are our 3 options per the penal code. And if you select either B or C, you can specify which part of the finding you dispute, and you can provide explanations. Next slide. The grand jury recommendations for the city council, all of these are considerations for city council based on the report and their findings, and this is the actual language from the grand jury report. The first one is that the City Council should consider placing a review of the Matrix and Raftellus reports on the City Council agenda. The next one is that the council could consider following the recommendations regarding staffing and hiring made in those reports. The third one is that the council could consider directing the city manager to establish a timeline regarding implementation and function of CCRP. Also, consideration for the city manager to work with RPD to establish a training program for dispatchers regarding CCRP. Recommendation 5 was to consider directing the city manager to work with RPD regarding training of and the number of field training officers within the Richmond Police Department. 6 was to establish a plan to reduce officer mandatory overtime. And then finally, they had recommendations regarding the allocation of the Chevron settlement funds regarding hiring and retention of RPD officers. Next slide. Per the letter that was received and the penal code, we have very specific ways in which the city can respond to the following actions. And just to remind the city council and community that this grand jury report was different than any other one that I have seen. I have done and helped respond to grand jury reports probably for the past 18 years here in the city of Richmond. And this is the first one where I've seen where they've asked for 2 separate responses from the city, one from the city council, and then one from the police chief. So this is a little different. So what you will see in the letter is that under each finding, as well as under each recommendation, there is a response from both the city council on behalf of the city manager, city staff wrote a response, drafted it for city council consideration and discussion tonight. And then the police chief also provided a response under each recommendation and each finding. And there are 4 ways in which the city can respond, and they are listed here. Next slide. So what we have before you all is a draft letter, which includes each finding, and then under each finding, per the requirements of the Contra Costa County Grand Jury, the city, on behalf of the city council, as well as the police chief, have responded in the way in which we were required. And then for the 7 recommendations, we have done the same thing. And sometimes we will have agreement on the responses, and sometimes there is not. But once again, this is a draft that the city staff has worked on. We did meet with the mayor. We reviewed the city staff responses for both the findings and the recommendations with the mayor, made some changes per that conversation. And so what you have before you is a draft that city council can review, discuss, and provide city staff with any direction before we turn around and make any adjustments, any revisions to that item, and then submit to the grand jury for a person before August 7th. Thank you.
Thank you. So is that the end of the staff report?
That is the end of the report.
Okay, I'd like to go straight to public comment.
We have 3 in-person speakers. And if there's anyone that's joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Cordell Hendler, Mark Wasberg, and Liz Wood. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Cordell Hendler.
That's me. So good evening again, Mayor Martinez. Council, for the record, Cordell Hendler, Richmond resident. So thank you, staff, for this report. So I will go along with these recommendations 4, because I did listen to the Raftellus report back in last June, and I'm like, I think this is a good report, so I don't have no objections to it. So I will go along with the recommendations as staff presented. So that's it.
Mark Wasberg.
It's the city council that defunded the police during the BLM rioting. That's how it all started. I said the police was the enemy. They were criminals. Even our own president said that the police were enemies. That's why people don't want to be cops, because they're being assassinated. They're being attacked. People are not scared of the police anymore like they was back in the day. You see what I'm saying? It's this government that did it to their own city. They're getting $500,000 from Chevron, And they don't want to hire more cops. They're spending more money on overtime than they should be hiring cops. That $3 million is going to pay for all this homeless crap they got going down at cross street from Grip on this little tiny town that they're building, Motel 6, and all this other crap they're spending. $3 million to a stupid park when they could be hiring more cops. This is what you did to the city. Now you're defunding the fire department. Now you only want to give your employees a 2% raise when you got 80% raise on the city council. Now you're going to tell me that's fair, people? Come November, next November, all you got to do is just check a box to get this piece of crap RPA out of office. This is what they're doing to the city. Now the chief, she's having a hard time to hire people because people don't want to be cops. Now she has to give them special incentives to be police officers. You had police leaving the Richmond PD and going to other places because of the city council was doing it, especially that Nazi bitch Gil McLaughlin that started the whole entire thing. You even put that crap on the city, on the streets, BLM. It's a terrorist organization. They ripped off their own people, $90 million, and they stole it all from the people.
Liz Wood.
Hello again. I'm not with defunding the police. I think we need our police here in Richmond, and I think any of you up there that sees different, maybe your seats need to be replaced with someone that feel like I feel. We need our police department. I know where I live at, we have these people that don't even live there. They come over there and cause problems, and the police hands are tied. They can't do anything. So if you don't like the police, when you need them, don't even go there.
Now we'll move to the speakers online.
The speakers are Julie Solomon, caller by the name of Porak, Raymond Wendell, Emily Ross, Marisol, Andrew Melendez, and Carmen Martinez. You will each be given 2 minutes to speak. Please be prepared to unmute yourself when your name is called. Julie Solomon, you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Julie Salomon. I've been a Richmond resident for about a decade, and I did read the grand jury's report and the responses from the police department and the city council, and I just wanted to set the record straight about the narrative here, because there's a narrative being pushed on social media that the CCRP has been funded and not doing anything for years, and it's a failed experiment, and we should just pull the plug. And I just want everyone to be clear about how this has gone down. And I appreciated the grand jury report acknowledging that the reason the CCRP has basically been not moved forward for a year after this city council allocated the funds is because of the Richmond Police Officers Association and them doing everything they can through the meet and confer process to delay anyone's ability to hire anyone. I know that this city council has addressed that very recently. I know things are moving forward. But I just want to make sure that everyone's aware of the fact that this program has been hamstrung and is now, hopefully, and I think the council did a good job in its letter, now that most of those obstacles have been removed, we can move forward and create the sort of multidisciplinary approach to public safety that the community voted for and the community demanded, and this city council has approved well over a year ago. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a caller with the name of Porak. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
It's Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Well, I'll just address the previous thing. It's actually the city of Richmond not following the law, labor law, and doing things appropriately that held that up. That thing could have been handled a lot faster. And the legal process is not still over. It's actually still has a appeal hearing in PERB. So get your facts straight first before you start speaking on things that you don't understand. I want to address the civil grand jury issue itself. There's still further investigative inquiries, even if this is sent back. The grand jury can initiate additional investigations. There could be court involvement to trigger further inquiries as well, and any legal violations if there's not an appropriate response to the grand jury report. So I think people should keep that in mind, especially the city council. there's a lot of things, obviously not time to go through them point by point in 2 minutes, but not all of these things are correct on the response. I think the thing to highlight is about that there was defunding, absolutely. I know some council members still try to push forward the narrative that there was no defunding. That's absolutely wrong. Also the ability for officers to train other officers. There's a lot of ways the city could help with that they just choose not to do. And they could incentivize that and make that better. Instead, they don't. And so that is part of the reason why it's harder to train additional police officers. They did not start a hiring program, as they stated in here. The police department put that through, and nothing happened for 6 months. Kind of like the thing with CCRP. The city doesn't move on things, and so when processes take longer to execute. So I can't go through the things piece by piece. Overall, the civil grand jury report is an astounding statement. And I think it's important that, Deputy City Manager LaShonda, what she said about it, LaShonda White said about it is important because it highlights the fact that other people are watching outside the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Raymond Wendell. You may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Raymond Wendell. I live right on the Richmond-San Pablo line, and I'm calling about item W1. So I really hope Council will think critically about this police staffing issue and not just accept the conclusions of these reports, especially the Matrix report, which is totally one-sided, doesn't take into account all perspectives on the issue. And most importantly, I hope you'll consider what your constituents have stated that they want to see in their communities. The people of Richmond support alternatives to policing and innovations that the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force has come up with. But this Richmond's Community Crisis Response Program, ROC, it's been delayed in its implementation for reasons, that I'm not even going to get into, but it's not up and running, and so we don't know what kind of impact it's going to have on community safety in Richmond. So obviously the intent of that program is to take some of the pressure off of the police department so that it doesn't have to respond to all 911 calls. It just doesn't make sense to be making decisions when that program isn't even off the ground yet. I just want to say the Matrix report is just so one-sided and poorly reasoned. And one of the big flaws is this idea that violent crime is on the rise and therefore more police staffing is needed. Even if it's true that violent crime is on the rise, the assumption that more police officers will bring crime rates down is just not true. Researchers have invested study after study after study trying to prove that link, and it's just not real. There's no causative connection between increasing police staffing and lowering crime rates. So I'm just gonna close by saying something that would be great to use some of the Chevron settlement funds is violence prevention, mental health programs, alternatives to policing. And I just hope you'll consider that in your response. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Ross. You may begin.
Good evening, Council and community. Emily Ross, I'm a Richmond resident. I understand you need to issue a response to the grand jury report. What has been drafted is a good start. I want to propose a few small amendments, or one is about the framing. I feel like some overarching contextualization or disclaimer is needed because the framing of the report is so narrow and misleading. Just by the title of diminishing funds, as if RPD doesn't still have the largest portion of the city's budget. And, the fact that police staffing is a nationwide issue is practically omitted. It's barely mentioned. I'm going to just share a personal story about a young person I know. She's 18 years old. I've known her since she was an infant. She used to dream of being a police officer when she grew up. That dream has changed. I won't get into her rationale, but I'll say she knows nothing about Richmond's reallocation from 2021. The issue of law enforcement not being a reputable or attractive profession is something that law enforcement needs to grapple with. There's a lot of data on this, including from I forget what they're called, National Association of Police Chiefs or something, that this issue is widespread. I'm not asking you to put this in the letter, but I think for as much blame as the city council gets for RPD recruitment and retention and morale, the big raise wasn't enough. HR's extensive efforts weren't enough. I think some credit should be shared with the RPOA for their contributions to a divisive climate in Richmond, where they choose to regularly pit themselves against other departments, residents, and the city as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Melendez. You may begin.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Melendez, lifelong Richmond resident, and I'm here to speak today on the topic of the grand jury report item. I just wanted to bring in my own insights on what this grand jury recommends. In particular, I really want to highlight, right, to the council that Richmond as a whole remains one of the biggest spenders in policing per capita in the United States. We spend more money per police than some of the largest cities in the United States, including Detroit, New York, Los Angeles, and around 40% of our entire budget right now is going towards policing in Richmond, which is one of the highest as well in the Bay Area. So it's very clear, right? If we want to support the best models of safety in here in Richmond, we need to look towards multiple solutions that are both cost effective and then community oriented as well. I want to add that in the grand jury report, the report seems to allege that there was an effort by the council to defund the police, which we know through the actual actions by the council is not true. The council reallocated $3 million of vacant officer positions that hadn't been filled for years towards community programs like the Office of Neighborhood Safety, unhoused services, right? Youth works programs, which we know through research have actually made a direct positive impact on our crime rates and have actually helped alleviate a lot of the issues with Richmond and by providing more services to our community. And we know that through the funds as well, we're also going to be having a community crisis response program that is not only going to create a new system of care here in Richmond, but again, will also allow for more capacity for RPD officers to respond to calls as well. So I just want to make those things very clear as the council decides on the response for this report. In closing, I just want to highlight just a really great comment what a previous speaker mentioned, which is that research shows time and time again that there is not a substantial link between increasing police staffing and reduced crime rates. It's just not true at all. And so I think we just really have to look towards other solutions as we start thinking about how we can best support our community here equitably. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carmen Martinez. You may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Carmen Martinez, D1 resident. I'm calling today to urge the city to reconsider the framing that is currently written in the city's proposed response to the grand jury report. The report frames staffing issues at RPD in a way that undermines Richmond's 2021 decision to reallocate funds toward community-based safety. It uses selective crime data and uncritically pushes for more police funding, ignoring root causes of harm and the promise of programs like the CCRP ROC. The slow rollout of the CCRP is a systems issue, not a failure of the model. Rather than backtracking, the city should fast-track its implementation and remove the barriers holding it back. The Chevron settlement is an opportunity to invest in housing, mental health, and youth programs, not default to more policing. If anything, a one-time allocation isn't going to solve the staffing issues. I urge the council to reject recommendations 1 and 2 because the city has already dedicated time to these reports, and to support and expand recommendation 3 and 4, and oppose recommendation 7 until a full community-led budget process is complete. I want to make sure that the city council stays committed to real safety centered on care and not criminalization. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Cantu. You may begin. Noel Cantu, you may begin.
Oh, there it goes. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, Marisol.
and through the generation Richmond resident. Thank you so much, Council, for bringing this forward. Unfortunately, extremely disappointed in the city's response. I heard that the mayor was consulted. That's one member of the 7 council. Were there any other council members that were consulted in the report? Because to me, to have an entire city council stand behind a report and a response from the city that is truly biased and a one-sided interpretation of the Matrix report, and almost leans into defunding the police I'm surprised that y'all would push that narrative for your own selves. The other issue that I have is around the lack of transparency for the CCRP. There have been numerous issues around the community crisis response being implemented. It's been 5 years since the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force has been calling for this. And to essentially say that all we need is a timeline and to hire some folks is extremely misleading. We still need the Community Advisory Board, which was completely omitted from this. We, as a community, were promised union-powered SEIU, community invested, and community-led, and that community-led part is completely omitted from this response. Also want to mention that this letter really reads as a scare tactic, and it almost seems like RPOA's Brent Banterio, president, is leading this effort to ensure that there's more staffing. And so I hope that you reconsider and actually fully reject this report.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So I'd like to begin by saying that this grand jury report is based the majority of its findings on the Raft-Tillis workforce analysis conducted for the city of Richmond. This report that we received appears to be heavily influenced by conjecture, assumptions, and perceptions. The report acknowledged that there is a continuing hiring and retention challenges. These challenges were happening before, and they continue to happen. The report also acknowledges that even though there have been improved hiring results in recent years, there are challenges that remain. That's true. What this report lacks is context, and there is incomplete information. And by lacking context and by having incomplete information, there are more assumptions that can be made. Already, you hear that the police union is using this as a leverage in their negotiations. I believe that this might be part of RPOA's tactics. Anyway, I also feel that it's a monumental leap to make a direct correlation from the perception of the origins of lack of morale to any perceived actions by the City Council. The current job vacancies have actively been recruited without a call for reduction in position levels. So, Councilmember Robinson.
Okay. So I just have a couple questions that I would like to ask. There were 4 instances where the chief disagrees with the response from the city, and I just wanted to ask, like, where the differences are there. The first is response number 5, which is the city council has not taken any action on police staffing as recommended in the Matrix and Raft-Ellis reports. I wonder if, Chief, if you would speak to why you agree with that finding when the city has kind of outlined all the different things that were done to take action on police staffing. Am I missing something here?
Yeah, there's 2 different findings, so I didn't know if it was in the findings that we had to respond to or the recommendations.
Oh, yeah, so this is the responses to findings, the first part of it, not the recommendation section. So number 5 in the, what is the official way? Findings, number 5 in findings.
Okay, so your question is, why do I agree with the finding?
Well, you disagree with the city. The city says, the city's response was, the city disagrees with this finding. The city implements a comprehensive virtual marketing campaign for public safety positions, which included social media outreach. The campaign was successful and recruited over 40 hires in 2022 and 2023, and 24 vacancies as of May 31st, 2025. The city plans to implement another more robust campaign this year. In addition, the city provided 21% raises between 2022 and 2025, as well as other incentives such as the ability to take home police vehicles. That was the city's response to the assertion that the city council has not taken any action on police staffing as recommended by the matrix and recommended by the port. And then you agreed with that finding that the city had taken no action.
Yeah, so I can read it a different way in terms of the Raftelli's and Matrix reports, which are referenced in there. Both of those reports state that the police department should have more than what we currently have authorized in police staffing. So the city council has not moved our current authorized strength of police officers based on either of those reports.
So you're making a difference between recruitment of officers, the effort to recruit officers and to get more officers, active physical people on the course, and the number of positions and position control.
Well, this specifically asks about the Matrix and the Raftelli's reports, and those don't talk about recruiting. They talk about how many officers we should have. It talks about staffing levels, and so there's been no action on the actual staffing levels. You're talking about recruitment, so I read it differently. I read, has the city taken any movement actions, has the city council taken any actions on those two reports, which specifically go over the amount of staffing and not recruitment?
What role does recruitment play in staffing levels?
It plays a role, but the way I read the question is, has the city council taken any action on those two reports, which don't talk about recruiting at all?
Yeah, it's a little unclear, I guess. They could have used better words. I don't think I have very much more time. How much time do I have?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
been speaking most of the time.
Okay, so I'm going to ask just another one. In number 9, since the reallocation of RPD funds, mandatory overtime for police officers has increased. The city partially disagreed with the finding, says that the need for overtime can vary due to several factors, such as staffing levels and community demands, while the overtime police officers has increased each year from FY 2020 to 2021, 2023 to 2024. It is notable that similar increases in overtime occurred pre-COVID between 2017, 2018, and 2020 and 2021. So they're partially disagreeing, basically saying that mandatory overtime has been an ongoing struggle, and that although it's going over, that it may not be the sole, the sole cause is reallocation of funds. And I just wanted to understand why you agree with the finding.
I agree with that finding because we have less officers to do the overtime. So officers have to work more hours because there's less of them to divide that overtime up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think I understand. So you're saying that because before there were more officers, that even though there was still mandatory overtime, that because now there's less officers, there's more mandatory overtime. Okay, I get that. I'm like trying to race the clock here. 2 recommendations, and maybe I'll just pick one. There's number 1 and number 7. Again, you disagreed. And I guess one is like I actually wanted to hear from the city on this one. The city, it says, the first recommendation is that the city council should consider placing a review of the matrix and the matrix report on the city council agenda. And the city is citing that it was on the agenda. The recommendation has been implemented. The city council received and reviewed reports and presentations from the Matrix Consulting Group and Raftella Ellis Financial Consultants during open session. The report from Matrix was presented to council on September 12th, 2023. The report from Raftella was presented on June 25th, 2024. Is that true? Did we receive those? I mean, I have vague memories. I thought we received it. I thought maybe once it was on consent calendar. Was it not, or is it actually received and reviewed?
So we went back, myself with staff from HR, just to check the record. And based on what I could see, the item was, it was on, both items were on the city council agenda numerous times. It was held over numerous times for both, but finally it was on the agenda for discussion, and I actually went back to the minutes to see that it was discussed, to make sure there was some discussion on it. So unless I read the minutes incorrectly, it is my interpretation, my understanding from what I read, that they were both on the agenda and then eventually actually discussed by city council.
And you, Chief French, you disagree that it was presented and discussed? Do you still disagree that it's presented and discussed? Is there something more?
That could be my bad. I remember it being on there over and over and it being on consent, but I never remember there being a robust conversation about it, and I could be wrong about that.
So I just have one other comment. I do wonder if some of these things we just circle up to make sure that where there's disagreement between, really important parts of our kind of city body, that we're clear and that we're sure that there actually is disagreement. It's just not an error. And then the second part is, I feel like we should be in the business of correcting the issues, of reducing mandatory overtime, not only because it's expensive for the city, because it's expensive for the welfare of our city staff, of police officers. And I feel like some of the ways that this is all being phrased, it's actually hard to get at correcting the problem, which I feel is really central to figuring out how to improve the recruitment and figuring out how to, get officers in to fill the vacancies. We still have an enormous number of vacancies to fill. I know that is a bigger, something bigger to wrestle with, but I'm really concerned that this in my opinion, very divisive report is actually moving us further away from our goal rather than moving us towards our goal. And my goal is to reduce that mandatory overtime, make it a sane, healthy place for people to work and a safe place for people to live. And we should be focusing on, things. We should be celebrating our dramatic reduction and continued reduction in homicides, and then focusing in on those areas where crime is going up and figuring out how we can make those things go down. We should be celebrating those things, but instead we're bashing each other. It feels like a profound waste of time.
Thank you. Councilmember Bono?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question for Mr. Mayor. I'm confused by this. The responses come from Richmond City Council. Did you write them, or the city manager or deputy city manager? Because I had no role in it, and I'm a city council member.
City staff wrote the initial responses. And then we met with the mayor to discuss the city staff, not the police chief's response, but the response where it says the city responses to both findings and recommendations. And I can say that has been the standard practice for years. Like I said, I've probably done 15 to 20 grand jury reports and brought them to city council. And so usually what happens is city council members, as well as the city manager, gets the letter from the grand jury attached to the actual report, and an item has to be brought to city council for the full city council to approve it. And instead of trying to work with 7 city council members to come up with a response, the city manager has directed that city staff initially work on an initial response and then bring it to city council as a starting place, based on our best information, based on research, based on our knowledge and expertise as staff, and bring it to city council for final approval. And in the past, every grand jury report that I've ever worked on has been on consent, and been approved by city council. I understand this is a different topic, and there is the desire for discussion. But this is past practice, how we've done it.
I appreciate your hard work, but it seems to be like an ending stop rather than a starting, because it's the last session and the due date is in August. I wonder if you could negotiate with the civil grand jury to give us a few weeks of extension based on our discussion tonight to revise it. First of all, I would like to confirm that Councilmember Robinson's memory is correct. We never discussed it. It was on consent calendar. Second,
That is incorrect. We did discuss it. In fact, Ralph Tillis made a presentation.
I don't remember Matrix presentation.
Matrix presentation also
sorry.
was discussed.
And I am triple checking, so I'm actually looking at the minutes from June 25th, 2024, and it was study and action session item R1, and it says Deputy City Manager Nikki Mastay introduced the item, and Nikki and Raf Tellis, Senior Manager, presented a PowerPoint highlighting the following. And so I went to the minutes to make sure it wasn't just on consent, that it was actually an item that was discussed at City Council. So I've done that one for the Raf Tellis, and I'm moving on to Matrix just to make sure I'm not incorrect.
Maybe my bad, I apologize. But I would like to, it was my impression, because as you said, there are 2 responses requested from the police chief and the city council, that the police chief would provide a response. Based on that, the city council would come up with a response. The way it's written, it seems to me that the city manager or deputy city manager wrote a response, and then the police chief wrote her response. Everything's very brief, as if we're sweeping under the rug a formality. To many of us, it shouldn't be a formality. Having proper police staffing is a very important issue. My time is limited. I would like to ask the police chief to explain why you agree with the finding on number 8, reallocation of RPD funds resulted in the downsizing or elimination of a specialized investigative units. If you could elaborate on what units have been reduced or ceased to exist.
Sure. After the downsizing of our police department, we had to get rid of a lot of units, actually. Most of our ancillary units we had to get rid of. This includes our policy sergeant, which was there to go over policy, update policy every year. There's a system that we use called Lexipol, which sends new policies every year, and we have to go over them and make sure we tailor them to our city. We no longer have that position, and so unfortunately, this is a collateral duty, which sometimes doesn't get updated in a timely manner. Our gang unit, which we no longer have a gang unit. A narcotics unit, we no longer have a narcotics unit. A parole unit, our robbery unit, regulatory, as you all know, was moved to code enforcement. However, more recently, we've been asked and been tasked with actually assisting code enforcement with some of the same duties that our regulatory unit used to handle. We used to have a Bravo unit, which was a bicycle and foot patrol unit, which handled more long-term problems, more quality of life issues, which we get a lot of complaints about now because those issues can only be handled by beat officers. We don't have that unit. We used to have an officer in the task force which leveraged additional resources from the DA's task force, which also had the FBI in it, so we were able to leverage resources for Richmond, but we can no longer afford staffing to put into the FBI Safe Street Task Force. We also had an officer in the ATF task force, which dealt more with drugs and guns, and we can no longer put an officer in that task force. We actually have no officers in any task force at this time. We had a youth services unit that assisted with trying to make sure we took juvenile reports and worked with, at one time, RISE, and then more recently with RPAL to do a diversion program so that those reports didn't have to go to juvenile probation. We tried to do diversion programs, and we still do at some level. We no longer have a youth services unit. SROs, obviously, the school district got rid of the SRO program. Our traffic unit, for the last few years, we have not had a traffic unit. I've started again to have a standalone traffic unit. We only have 2 traffic officers where we used to have 10 traffic officers in that unit. DUI enforcement unit, we used to have 2 officers that did DUI enforcement, and we no longer have that unit. We basically went from having all of those ancillary units to help us do our job, the job that the community asked us to do, to just having patrol and investigations. And our investigations unit went from having close to 50 detectives to having 13 detectives. So everything was significantly cut due to our staffing levels.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt here. So you're saying that we lost all that right after we allocated $3 million, and you still had money for 17 positions?
I'm not sure what your question is, but we lost that from between 2021, and 2025 is when we lost all of those positions, all of those units. And I want to say when the reallocation of funds happened in 2021, there were 14 positions that were taken to make the $3 million. Those 14 positions only became vacant within that year because officers were leaving because they didn't want to wait to see if they were going to have a job come July 1st when the city council was voting on the reallocation of funds. So we lost 14 positions between January and July when you guys passed the budget of that year. And those are the positions that were taken for the reallocation. But if you'll remember, the discussion for several months was that $10 million was going to be taken from the budget, and I had to come up with a budget that had a reduction of $10 million, and that would have resulted in the laying off 34 officers. And so once that word got around that we were potentially going to lay off officers, many officers left, and those 14 officers that left within that time frame, those are the positions that were taken for that $3 million.
Okay, so from 3 million to 10 million, you say?
I'm sorry. It went from 10 million to 3 million. Initially, the discussion about reallocation of funds was that $10 million was going to be taken from the police department budget.
And that $10 million were for positions that were still open. They were not for positions that had been...
Those were filled positions.
No, they were not filled positions.
They were absolutely filled positions. And that's why you only took 3 million, because you guys decided you weren't going to lay anybody off. And so 3 million were the positions that were vacant.
Okay. It was not my understanding that we were laying off police officers. It was my understanding that we were... I'm still confused because there's vacant positions.
Yes, because officers continue to leave. So when you took the 14 positions, those were the vacant positions. That got us to 145 positions, but officers continued to leave the city, and that got us to where we are now with 123 filled positions. That's why we have 24 vacant positions to be filled in the police department.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So you're saying that defunding the police sent a cultural shockwave through the police department, and there was a wave of departure from the department?
That's correct.
And is it still being continued? Is there any efforts to counter that shock and bring back police officers to the department?
Yeah, we've been able to hire officers in the last couple of years. I think there were 31 officers hired in 2023, and then, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the numbers. There were a significant amount of 21 officers hired in 2024 and 20 officers hired in 2023. But we still haven't been able to retain all of our officers. We still have officers leaving to work for other departments.
Before I ask you why, I would like you to explain what narcotics and drugs and gangs units did. Just naming the department, or units is, I just want to know what their functions were.
So the gang unit focused on gang activity for many years here in the city of Richmond. We've had shootings related that are gang related. And when I say gang related, for our city, they're more location related. So we have a central kind of gang. We have North Richmond who feud with each other. We have different parts of the city that kind of feud with each other. And so our gang unit kept track of kind of the ongoing feuds. We try to interject before there were shootings. We paid attention to social media and other means to make sure that we're aware when there are feuds going on so that we can intervene in some way. We don't have that unit anymore. Narcotics is just that. That unit focused on abating narcotics, like homes that people were selling drugs out of, locations people were selling drugs out of. They focused on that, did surveillance, did different types of activities so that we can make an impact on the drug sales in our area, and we no longer have that.
Thank you. So based on what you explained, I would like to ask the answer to number 8 be modified according to what the police chief has stated. And there was something about police retainers. Could you elaborate on that? What can be done? It was a recommendation, I guess. Recruiting through trainer officers?
Recruiting additional training officers. For many years, my staff has asked that position, the training officer position, be incentivized. It's a lot of responsibility for the officers that train other officers, and they want to. Right now, the training officers receive 6 hours of overtime to train other officers. So 6 hours a week for every week that they train.
So they're together
Additional.
for only 6 hours?
No, they're not. They're together all day, every day in their vehicle. So if it's a 12-and-a-half-hour shift, they're there for 12-and-a-half hours. But many times it goes over that because training new recruit officers are learning. So they take longer to write reports and do other things. So there's a lot of time that's spent after their actual shift to get things done. And what the training officer is compensated right now is 6 hours. And so they've been asking for many years, and we just haven't. I think this is a negotiations thing, and so I'm not trying to negotiate for the POA or anything like that, but I think incentivizing the program in a different way will garner additional training officers. They're just burnt out. They work a ton of overtime, and then we're asking them to do an extra duties in training a brand new officer and having that officer in the vehicle with them 24/7, basically. And as you can imagine, any job, you kind of want a break, but you don't get that break with being a training officer. So finding different ways to incentivize that program may help with recruiting additional officers to be training officers.
So why don't you do that?
Because that's a bargaining issue.
Oh, okay. So the mayor mentioned that it may be an RPOA tactic. I wonder if he can postpone it, ask the grand civil jury for extension. Once we finish the bargaining, then respond to this. Is that possible?
As you can imagine from the last 3 agendas, the agendas have been very compacted, right? There's been a lot of items on the agendas. If the city council does wish to direct staff to request an extension and have staff continue to work on this item and bring it back to the council, we can certainly do that. there have been numerous items that have been requested by the council over the last several meetings. And so just understanding that there will be, some residual impact to some of the other requests while we would then focus on this. But that's, dependent on the policy direction of the entire council. But even based on this discussion, right, if you're listening here from staff, you can see that there's divergent viewpoints. And so what we try to do as staff is to, when we encounter these situations that are extremely difficult, is that we try to figure out how do we thoughtfully respond for the administrative record in a way that meets the criteria. And we understand that unfortunately, it doesn't always, all of the responses or all of the answers may not be perfectly satisfactory to every council member, but we try to do our best to meet the criteria that was laid out by the grand jury and that's statutorily required. And in this instance, I think it's abundantly clear that there's diverging perspectives. And so this is a really challenging position for staff. So I just want to underscore that.
I perfectly understand and
yeah, but I feel
appreciate
like it's important for me as city manager to state that because this is extremely challenging.
Yeah, but I honestly wish, I perfectly understand and respect that
and
and
we can't-
appreciate it. But I wish it had been at an earlier session so we could have discussed it and you
I
could
sent an
come up
email
with-
indicating that it was going to be July 1,
Yeah.
and respectfully, you send me, 10 emails every other day, and you've never asked me, Shasta, can you please put this on the agenda
It
ahead of
was,
time?
I thought it would be at the closed session first. I don't want to
Okay,
argue
no, I just
about-
want to be transparent, right? Like I did email the council and I indicated that it would be, because the volume of work, right now with the budget,
This is not about you. You don't have
I'm
to
not
defend
making it
yourself.
about me. I'm making
You're
it about
doing an
citizens.
excellent job.
Thank you. I
The
just wanna-
point is, the responses need to be meaningful, not just sweeping things under the rug.
That is not
and
what we
that's how
did.
it seems to me. If residents have taken the matter to the civil grand jury, there must be grave concerns, and they should be addressed. It's our job as a city council.
That
So
is what we attempted
I'm
to do.
respectfully asking to ask for extension, work on the responses based on the opinion of the expert, who is the police chief, because these are the issues of the residents, and then finalize it in August.
But I think part of the process is the way that this was set out, it's okay for the city and the police chief to not agree on everything. That's an okay part of democracy,
Right,
right?
but I'm a
And so
member
it's
of the
okay
city
that it
council.
doesn't all align.
Okay, I don't think you're my representative, and
No,
I'm a city
I
council
agree that I'm
member, and I'm
not.
sharing my opinion.
But respectfully, the way this process works is we provide a draft for the council's consideration. If you don't like one of the responses, right, if you get a motion to change it, we will certainly do that. But also, it's also okay for the chief to have a diverging perspective.
I save my time for later.
All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
All right, thank you for this time put into this report. I know that it's been in the minds of people for a long time, and we finally got to it. I know that it's the last agenda item, but here we are. Chief, a couple of questions. What is the cost difference, if you know any, between recruiting and training and retaining? So is there more cost in trying to go after an officer and then train them to Richmond specifications versus retaining?
Sure, there's a significant cost of having to hire a new officer compared to keeping a new officer. I don't remember the exact cost to hire a new officer. I'm sure it's significant because you have a whole testing process, you have a background process, you have the police academy, which is several $1,000s. So the hiring process costs a significant amount of money, where if we retain officers, we're just paying them their salary.
Thank you. And that there, I think maybe figuring out a way to maybe quantify it is not part of this report, but just to have a report for the council, because it can help us as we're trying to prioritize funding, right? Figuring out it always costs more. I knew the answer. The answer to hiring somebody is always costs more. It doesn't matter if they're police or librarian. It's always costs more to to do that. So thank you. And it looks like there's a perception that we're not, as a council as a whole, we're not very open to recruiting more. Do you agree with that?
I wouldn't say there's I mean, I don't have that impression that you're not trying to recruit more. I think
Increase the lowest staffing level.
my opinion, I don't know. My opinion is that there might be council members that think 147 officers is enough. And I think that we haven't been able to hire 147 officers, which is our authorized strength right now. And so I'm just focused on getting to that 147 number. But I do think once we get there, we should explore the matrix and Raftelli's reports, because both of them, which the city council asked for both of those reports, both of them say, and based on data, that we need more than 147 officers. So I think once we get there, we need to explore what is the actual number of officers we need that this to do the job that this community is asking the police department to do.
Thank you. Some of the positions that were removed, I know we have another agenda item on tobacco sales, but I believe some of them had to do with going after illegal tobacco shops or shops that were selling illegal marijuana, other substances.
Yeah, we did all the regulations of the tobacco, the smoke shops and stuff like that. And I was very clear when we were talking about the reallocation of funds that we can no longer do the regulatory function, and that's when it went to code enforcement.
So it sounds like we gave ourselves more work by removing officers. Now we're having.
Well, unfortunately, we're having to do some of the work again, and we don't have the officers to do it.
Thank you. What happens if we were to go under the legal and mandated threshold for staffing?
I don't, there's not a legal threshold. There's recommended amounts of officers per population. But I think that if we continue to lose officers, and if we get down to less than 100, around 90 officers, we're going to have to call additional support. We're probably going to have to ask the sheriff to come and assist us with answering calls for service.
Our county sheriff?
Yes, that's the entity that would, I mean, normally the sheriff's department for the area is the entity that would assist. Now, they're also very short-staffed, so I don't even know that they would agree to come and assist us. But if we get below 90 officers, we cannot effectively do the job here, answer our calls for service.
And I don't know how training works, but does the sheriff train officers differently than we do?
So we have different policies and practices. So there will be varying ways. There will be varying ways in which service is provided to the city.
So I know you recently worked with Patty's dad was here earlier on establishing some new policies. So that means that the sheriff officers will come in with no knowledge and they don't have to follow any of our current standards.
That's correct. They'll follow their own policies and practices.
Thank you. Now going into the report for number 7, the RPD has the ability to train only 10 officers. You disagreed with it. Can you expand a little bit more on your answer there?
I think I partially agreed with it. So right now, we only have the ability to train about 10 officers because the amount of training officers we currently have in our cadre. I think there's an opportunity to enhance that cadre if, like I said, we incentivize the program, we could probably get more officers. And then as officers get more tenure, we have a very young field of officers right now. So as they gain more tenure, we'll be able to add to that training cadre.
Thank you. And then just going down to number 8, the reallocation of RPD funds resulted in a downsizing or elimination of special investigative units. And then you agree with that finding. The city seems to disagree with it. I don't know if we can get any more, or maybe it's kind of already answered before, but I don't know if there's anything else there to add to the.
No,
finding.
it's very clear. I have documented history of all the units that we had and how they've decreased year over year as our staffing decreased.
If we can add that list to this, that would be great too, so it could be more out there on the report. So I'm just going down the list here. This is the recommendations, item number 6. By January 1, the city should consider directing the city manager to work with RPD to establish a plan to reduce officer mandatory time. And you're saying this recommendation has been implemented, and you're working, you have a monthly meeting to help strategize with that. Are you able to share any of those strategies?
Yeah, it's hard because a lot of the strategies revolve around hiring more officers and getting more staffing. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to reduce our overtime for several reasons. I think last year, in the last fiscal year, we've used more overtime than I think we ever have. And during COVID, we didn't have all the festivals, Juneteenth, Cinco de Mayo, all the festivals that really take a lot of resources from our department. And it's not just for that day. Like Cinco de Mayo, we were closing down the street Friday night, and then we had to have officers, throughout 24 hours to make sure that nobody took over the streets at night. And so the overtime has increased since then. And then now we're adding additional. So while we don't have the parade on Saturday for Cinco de Mayo, that has moved to September when we do Hispanic Heritage Month. That's another significant demand on our staff. So instead of doing less things as a city, we're actually increasing. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I love the fact that we do a lot more for our community, but it is a heavy lift for my staff. Additionally, like I said, things that I said we weren't going to be able to do, we're actually being tasked with doing. We're assisting with the tobacco and all the issues with the smoke shops that we have. There's several different things that we assist with that we have to use overtime for. When I talked about the drug units and the gang violence and stuff like that, where we had units that we can deploy when we started to have shootings or there's violence or there's a stream of robberies like we're having right now, we would have a team aside from patrol that we can say, okay, your task for the next 30 days is to impact the robbery problem. We no longer have teams that we can deploy in that way. It's all on overtime. It's officers that work patrol or work investigations that we say, okay, I know that you've worked your 40-hour work week, but now we need you to work another 10, 20, 30 hours to impact this issue. So there's just more increased overtime because we still want to provide the services that the community is asking us to provide.
Can you share with me, I know that sometimes we call on other officers from other cities to help. I remember that, especially during the sideshows. Do we reimburse those cities for their officers' times? What happens in that instance there?
No, we haven't been reimbursing those officers to assist us. And since we hadn't had a traffic unit, we've collaborated with, we've tried to find innovative ways to still provide the service to the city. So, for instance, traffic enforcement, we didn't have a traffic unit. So what we did was we partnered with the entire county, almost most agencies within the county. They lend a body or two, and every month we go to a different city to impact the problem. Now, I know that takes officers going to other cities, but then they come here and they write 80 tickets in a day, and we can impact them. And we get so much positive feedback from the community saying, thank goodness you guys are doing some traffic enforcement. So we leverage the resources. However, when you talk about going under a certain number of police officers and having to ask the county to come in, that would be at a price. because that's just for culture service. It's not something specific, and it's more of every day and not just for an operation.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Generally, I don't correct statements, but you said that the city council removed officers in your statements. I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's, no, Cesar, the vice mayor. So we did not remove any officers. I just wanted to make that clear.
I'm sorry?
No, I was referring to a statement made by Vice Mayor Cesar Cepeda, which was that the city council removed officers, and we not at any point removed any officers.
I don't remember making that statement.
I think officer positions.
Yeah, it was the positions, not the individual officers, just which officer positions.
You did not say officer positions, and we did not remove any officers from work. We eliminated positions that were not filled. So I just want to make sure that that's understood.
Yeah, I think the chief understood as I said,
Well,
and then she answered my question.
Well, the chief might have understood, but the public may not have.
And thanks for clarifying that I meant to say the positions, all the list of positions that had to be eliminated because of the reshifting of funds.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you so much. Pretty dense discussion this evening. I thought we were going to get through it a bit sooner. However, I've been hearing so many different sides to the story. However, I wasn't on council at the time, but it does seem that the reallocation of the $3 million was a decision that triggered a lot. We increased our spending in overtime, as mentioned. The department went into a staffing crisis. Units were eliminated, burnout. I even heard that you all had sleep trailers now since that time, which is alarming and speaks to burnout. But also what I am seeing now is that we have like 3 reports. The 2 reports that were recommended or asked for by the council, as well as now we have the grand jury report, all telling us the same thing: hire more officers. I think that's what I've been hearing. We could frame it, reframe it, and say all sorts of different things, but I think our main focus, I think moving forward, should be hiring more officers. Also, to speak to Councilmember Bonna's point that when saying that the city council has responded in this capacity to this report, I really would want my viewpoints reflected. I know maybe not all of them, but the acknowledgement of what that financial shift did do to our department. I would like that to be clearly defined. Also, I had a question for the city regarding the Chevron funds, because I see in the recommendation number 7 that the council rejects the idea of using Chevron settlement funds for hiring. And I understand we refer to those funds as one-time funds, and it shouldn't be used for hiring in positions because that's ongoing. However, I believe that it's a guaranteed, like 10 years solid guaranteed funds that's going to be coming down, that's already obligated and things like that, or, you know, set in stone, we're going to get the $10 million. So I believe that we should explore that option with the Chevron funds. I think it allows a legitimate window. We have 10 years. We could, you know, create some sort of staffing recovery plan. It just sounds like the officers that are missing is causing a ripple effect, and I feel like we're paying more, significantly more than the money that we've reallocated. In 2 years, we spent over $10 million in police overtime. So when we're talking about those type of numbers and just really repurposing our department, we have our expert in the room, which is our police chief, who we've all entrusted to ensure that our department is running efficiently. I think that we should take heed and adhere to her recommendations. And And so I just want to know about that part. With the 10-year guaranteed Chevron settlement, is that still considered a one-time fund?
So thank you for the question. The way that we've characterized the revenue that is scheduled to be received by the city is as limited term revenue. And that is because at the end of 10 years, there is not a replacement strategy for that revenue. So that means we are in a state audit. We continue to be in a state audit. We've been in a state audit for years. And in our state audit, there's a corrective action plan. And so part of what the state is looking at for us to get off of the state audit list, because we're considered high risk, is to show that we have financial discipline and to show that we do not look at limited term revenue as a strategy for ongoing general obligations. And so that is why the response is noted the way that it is, because if this is really the first time in decades that Richmond has been financially secure. So our role as staff is to provide the city council with recommendations that will enable us to get off the state audit list so that, for example, if the city council wanted to do a general obligation bond or something like that, we would be able to make the debt service payments and we wouldn't have to pay a really high interest rate because, say, for example, if we wanted to improve community centers or fire stations and things of the like, that would be the mechanism to do so. And so I understand that this is a difficult situation because this is limited term revenue and there's all these great ideas on things that we could do. And that's part of why, we as staff suggested we wait 6 to 18 months, do additional analysis, recruit a financial advisor and come back to the city council with policy recommendations because it may be more prudent, for example, when you have a big influx to then work from whatever the interest is instead of the principal. So then that way, if there is a significant change, right, whether that's with Chevron, the global economy, with whatever happens with this tax bill that is in Congress right now, that the city isn't in a position to where we don't have any flexibility. And so I do think, and we have worked successfully, as the chief has articulated, to really focus on recruitment. And it is very challenging, I think, for a myriad of reasons. And so for us as staff, it is very hard for us to put together an answer to a question that all 7 council members will unilaterally say they think the answer is correct. So that's why the format in terms of agree, disagree, and a brief response, that's administratively how we've always done it, because it is challenging to get consensus.
Right, I agree. But I mean, with all the data that supports, the stance of the reallocation being essentially like the downfall almost of our department, I think is a significant point to put. And so I agree with the vice mayor about indicating those unit eliminations as a support to what we're discussing. But nonetheless, everything that's been said, I agree with. And also I would like to understand, do we have something in place do we have the funding to replenish the positions that we lack in our department?
As city manager, and I have shared this with the police chief in our conversations, if we were able to get to 147 officers, right, like actually retained, right, fill the entire position control, I think at that juncture, I would be willing to have a conversation with the city council, right, around what is the appropriate number we should have in the position control. But I also want to be mindful that, and I want to be supportive of our police department. Every time they have a swearing in, I do my very best to go. I try to be supportive. We've done take-home vehicles. We've done a lot of things as much as I can within my power to make suggestions to the council on things we can do to make it attractive. However, if we're unable to get to 147, there's pressure, right, for other positions within the city to hire. And so if we keep locking up a larger band of positions, let's just say the number was 155, right? Those are other positions in position control that would essentially be locked up that couldn't be deployed to another area of the city. Maybe that's community services, maybe it's public works, and they're just sitting there vacant So that's why I haven't directly requested more positions, because we haven't gotten to 147, right? We haven't, if we were to be able to fill all of the positions in position control, I would come back to city council potentially and ask for a greater allocation, but we haven't met that goal yet. So I feel like it would not be appropriate for me to do that, because we haven't met our initial target. And I don't want to block up positions that other departments really need.
Okay, and just lastly, back to the Chevron settlement, are there any like clear benchmarks or sunset clauses that we could put in there if we do allocate money from the funding to support the police department?
Again, in terms of the city's guiding fiscal policies, in terms of GFOA best practices, and also with the state audit, at this juncture, based on the research that we've done and based on the city's current financial situation, I wouldn't make the recommendation that we allocate those funds for ongoing staffing, because we're not in a fiscal emergency, right? If we were another municipality and we were having a fiscal emergency and we had no other way, right, to keep the doors open, right, then obviously you consider everything. You consider tapping your reserves, you consider limited term revenue, but we're not in that position yet. So I don't think that's needed at this juncture, because we're not in a crisis.
Okay, it just sounds like
I think that there's
a crisis when it's said that we could potentially, if we get below 100 officers or 90 officers, I really find that to be alarming, that we're unable to be self-sufficient and that we would have to call on or lean on mutual support.
No, I think that I agree. I would not want us to be in that situation. And so maybe when the council comes back from recess, if they, in the conversations that we're having, that are meet and confer, that are closed session, I think if the council wanted to direct some other conversations around what kind of retention and recruitment strategies, then for meet and confer, then that is something certainly the council could do, but I don't know that it would be part of the Chevron allocation or settlement. That would be a separate matter.
Okay. I mean, so just so I'm clear, so the Chevron settlement is going into the general fund.
Correct.
And the general fund is how we're paying our police for towards their budget. So is it just a matter of saying like Chevron funds, because it's
limited term revenue. So after the 10 years, right, when we do our when we have financial projections,
right,
there isn't a mechanism yet identified to replace those funds.
Right. So I understand that part, but I'm just saying like there could be some sort of pilot solution or something that could start to help move us in the direction of supporting the PD with those funds that we have readily available for the course of 10 years. Not saying that we are going to depend on it exceeding the 10 years, but saying that we can have something in place. I just think that it's worth exploring versus just a missed opportunity, if you will.
Yeah, and I also think, I mean, we could have, what we didn't do is we didn't go back and I guess, for example, and quantify, okay, based on the fact that the take-home vehicle, what are all the things that have been done during this period to try to be supportive, right? But ultimately, and I respect the chief a great deal, right? And I think that sometimes there is going to be, and I think it's healthy, right, that all the time everyone doesn't 100% agree on something. So I respect the police chief, and I think she respects me as the city manager. And my role is to follow the policy direction of the entire council. And so I wasn't the city manager when some of these things happened. And so we've been in a collaborative efficacy way trying to address them. And based on the outcome of the conversation today, we'll continue to do so.
Okay, a quick question. How many vacant police positions are there now?
24.
24 that are allocated for.
Correct.
Okay, so then we have money for 24 more positions, and we just need to fill them. So this isn't really a matter of what the city council needs to do in order to move money towards the police. The police has it, It's a matter of building morale so that those positions can be filled. Okay. So, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilmember Robinson around kind of like this type of items. And instead of us moving forward to the goal of reducing overtime and hiring the people, it just kind of like put us in this kind of like device argument. I appreciate the city staff for trying to respond with this. I must respectfully disagree with several of the report findings and recommendations. And I would like to say that the report lacks critical context about Richmond's recent history, overlooks key data, and fails to consider the structural issues that have shaped public safety policy not only in our city, but nationwide. A central concern is how the report addresses police staffing and how they put out what the City Council in 2020 started by creating the Reimagining Task Force, and in 2021, when I got here, the City Council reallocating $3 million from the police department budget. And the police department budget continues to be the higher budget in the city. This decision didn't decrease the amount of bodies in the police office, in the police department. It took 12 or 14 long vacant positions that the department had not filled for years due to the same thing that we are doing here, ongoing recruitment and retention challenges. These vacancies existed long before any reallocation, and will have continued to go unfilled regardless of budget ability. And yes, the decision triggered a lot, like the creation of over 500 youth jobs for residents from 16 to 26 years old. Double the budget of Office of Neighborhood Safety, and because of that, ONS was able to secure an extra $6 million from the state, adding millions of dollars in-house intervention and creating the Community Response Program, and closing with the lowest homicide rate in 2023. The funding was instead invested in all of these things that was a reflection of community demands after the murder of George Floyd, a national reckoning over how we approach public safety. This was not about defunding the police. It was about investing in the right tool for the right situations. Importantly, the city-owned Matrix Consulting Group report validated this strategy. On September 12th, City Council Matrix Consultant, when they presented to us, responded when I asked how will the creation of the Community Crisis Response Program impact the report. They said some calls with the RPA, some call with the co-response, the combination of lower priority call for services and crisis response could take proactive time from 30% to maybe 35 to 37%. It will have a very good impact on police officer available time to work within the community. The report stated that if Richmond successfully implemented a non-police community crisis response program, the city will not require the full staffing increase it might otherwise consider. And the grand jury failure to reference this report or account for its conclusion is a significant omission. The report also places heavy emphasis on overtime in the police department, and what Councilmember Robinson pointed out is that the response from the city staff is that it wasn't a problem just after 2021. It was a problem that it was coming before, and they pointed out in 2019. And at that time, the department had higher staffing levels and higher crimes rates. Yet, still the overtime was a significant challenge. And what we need to kind of like have this discussion is that is a deeper structural issue that needs to be addressed through operational reform, not just by adding more offices to a department that has consistently struggled to fill even its existing positions. So I had too many things to say, but I think we are approaching public safety in a way that is adding more to the city. We are hiring 8 to 9 community crisis response officers. ONS has been a great example of how an innovative approach to public safety has been able to decrease the gun violence that was in this city in times where we had the highest level of police.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wilson.
So I appreciate the attempt to write this response under the deadline, but I'm going to vote no on its approval today because it doesn't reflect my views on the best way to respond to the grand jury report. To me, I agree with Councilmember Robinson that this whole grand jury process is really divisive. It's also intrusive, but here we are in the middle of it. The grand jury report, to me, looks like people who were not elected by Richmond voters trying to make decisions about how we spend taxpayer money and how we approach public safety in our city. That is undemocratic, and I would like to communicate that more strongly in the City Council response to the report. The grand jury report is also rooted in the false narrative that every difficulty that the department has with hiring flows out of the 2021 decision to take $3 million in unspent funds to fund the Community Crisis Response Program. I think I can make a stronger case that the police resignations, the challenges that the department has in filling positions, and the problem of mandatory overtime, and these are really problems. These are problems that are happening all over the country, and they resulted from Minneapolis police murdering George Floyd in 2020. That and several other police violence cases around the time changed public attitudes about police, and that shrunk the pool for police recruits and intensified public demand for alternative public safety approaches, which is what city leaders at the time were responding to when they created and funded the Community Crisis Response Program. I think the City Council response to this grand jury report needs to incorporate that full national context and not just try to pin the blame on a one-time budget action that, again, used money from vacant police positions to hire non-police safety workers. The whole report is out of touch in that it frames public safety in a way that implicitly favors police hiring over community-based solutions and alternative response programs, which are also absolutely necessary in the current world. Investing in community-based violence prevention, mental health care, and housing is an evidence-based strategy proven to reduce crime over the long term, and it meets public safety in a way that's more effective, equitable, and cost-efficient than simply hiring police. I'm also really troubled by the call or the pressure, really, to use the Make Polluters Pay settlement funds that came from Chevron to augment the police budget. That $550 million is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to invest in programs that can improve public health, clean our air, water, and land, and reverse our city's over-reliance on fossil fuel companies in our tax base. That's what Richmond residents were fighting for when they organized for that money, and we should respect that. Lastly, I agree with the mayor that it is not a coincidence that this call to spend money on police officers comes while the city is in the midst of contract negotiations with police officers. The 21% police raise approved by the last city council was not enough, evidently. I think any response made by the city to this grand jury report needs to emphasize that it's the city's right and, in fact, its responsibility to negotiate with city employees, their unions, without that kind of outside interference.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I want to echo what the last two council members said. The report, as I said before, lacked context and lacked information. They actually copied directly from the Raftillus report, and they had misstatements. They said neither report has been fully discussed. This happened after I told them exactly where the discussion happened, the day that it happened. And they chose to say that neither report had been fully discussed. So I don't understand how they chose to write this summary as they did, but it needs to be refuted, and we need to respond to the questions. A lot of the questions are actually hard to answer. Number 4 in the recommendations, or in the findings, says, both the Matrix and Raftillus reports found that there should be an increase in RPD sworn officers. When I read that, I took that to mean that both Matrix and Raftillus found that there should be an increase in RPD officers. I didn't understand it to be that I agreed with the finding. I agreed with the fact that both of them had said the same thing. And there's a major difference between agreeing that that's what they said and agreeing to what they said. So a lot of these are confusing. I mean, actually, there was another instance in which there was a difference in understanding between Chief French and the council member, and the confusion was in the language. So you need to say things in a way that can't be interpreted in multiple ways. And I know it takes a lot of effort to do so, and I think that the effort should have been employed by the grand jury. So, so do we have a motion?
I have one more question. Do you have
time
left or not?
Yes, you do. Let me cue you up. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So, a couple of quick questions. I was surprised that the agenda report did not include what Matrix or Raftillus reports say. I believe Matrix report said we needed 242 officers, and we have 147, like currently working at 60%, but the vacancies is around 50% of what it should be. And could you explain the challenges in the work you're doing, Police Chief, and also the challenges you have in recruiting and retention? You said there were challenges, but you did not describe them.
Challenges in our duties?
Daily function, recruitment, retention.
Sure, our officers are burnt out. They've been working mandatory overtime for years now, so it makes it difficult for basic functions. They answer calls for service, to force officers to come in for festivals and other activities, which we believe the city should have, but it's at a cost to our officers. Like Councilmember said about the sleep trailers, some officers can't drive home because they're too tired to drive home, so they have to sleep in the trailer that we have on our premises now, just to be able to drive home. So it does have an effect, and we all know when people are tired, more mistakes can be made. So we have to constantly combat against that. The recruiting efforts, most other cities are offering hiring bonuses. We made that proposal, but it hasn't gone anywhere. And it's hard to compete for recruiting when we don't offer one, and most other cities around here do. So we're competing against other cities that are also trying to hire officers, but will give officers $10,000 just for signing on to their department, and then another $10,000 or $20,000 or whatever, however much it is, once they complete probation and different steps of the process. And we don't have that. So when we're talking about competing against other departments for recruiting new officers, we're kind of below the deck.
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, your time's up.
quick question
Your
from
time
the
is up.
city manager
Your time-
related to motion.
Are you making a motion?
Yes, so my motion is to postpone the response, get extension, and I wonder if the answers have to be like in one voice, or it could reflect the differences in the city council's opinion.
Yes?
I have a question regarding the report. If it's not turned in on time, are there any penalties or?
Yes, it's not guaranteed that the grand jury will grant an extension. The Contra Costa County Superior Court has jurisdiction over this matter, and the court has discretion to impose sanctions upon the city and compel compliance through a court order.
And what would that look like as far as sanctions?
Can we?
That's a great question. I don't know that we found ourselves in that situation before.
We have not. We've always submitted our grand jury reports on time. And so, as far as I can recall, so I don't have any knowledge of what sanctions would look like. And I do also want to state, I know I've heard various council members mention or speak to how we could have gotten more input from all the various council members. I just want to point out, I just want to point out that if, the city staff tried our best to generate a response that the city council could use as a starting point, and if there were recommended changes to any of the responses to findings or recommendations, the council could share that with us. Administratively, just thinking about having 16 findings and 7 council members, and then 7 recommendations and 7 council members, I'm looking at 161 unique responses possibly to this grand jury report if I was, as a staff person, to put it out to have every single council member provide a response. So this has been our way to be thoughtful about how to at least start to have a conversation with the council, and I have not had a opportunity from previous grand jury reports to have various responses from one finding that represents different council member perspectives. So this is new for us as staff as well, if that's a direction that the council is trying to go.
Is there any legal record of a report not turned in on time?
We looked into that question today, and we didn't find any precedent for it. But that was one day of looking. But I will say, there's no guarantee that they'll grant an extension. One idea that I had is that in addition to this response, if the city, when they transmit the responses, that it includes a link to this meeting, and that this, this conversation be included. I don't want to jump ahead of the city attorney here, but that was just one idea that came to mind here.
One thing that occurs to me after listening to this whole conversation, you obviously feel that this should be answered in more depth. I think that perhaps you could just go ahead and approve this and timely file it, but also tell the grand jury that you think that the report does not sufficiently go into these issues of hiring and staffing, and also the other kinds of the crisis response and these other steps that you're taking to try and have an effective response to the public. So I think what you could tell them is that when the council comes back from recess, you intend to have an item, maybe appoint 3 council members to try and come up with a statement that expresses these other ideas, or just to say that you're going to, the council is going to work on a deeper response. Instead of just responding to these specific questions, you want to have a deeper response that explains what the department, what your plans are for the department to deal with these issues.
I think we're at a point, I didn't hear a second, but I'd like to make an alternative motion to accept the report tonight, and get to the business of fixing the problems in the police department, like looking at what else we can do to, support recruitment, to do, whatever. Like, let's fix the problem and not like continue to make political theater, Like, let's do some work. Let's fix the problem. Let's approve this, move on, and continue to work on fixing the problem. That's what I'd like to do. That's my motion. Approve
second.
this. Thank you.
I'd like to make friendly amendment, and that would be to include the statements by Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Wilson to be included in the report.
What?
Why not the
I
link to
don't.
the?
I don't accept that. I feel like we've all made public statements tonight. People can get this video. It's very public. Everyone can get it. I think that my motion is to approve this report as is. Like you said, we can have differing opinions on the chief and everything. That's true. That's real. We're trying to figure out a problem. We need to spend our energy fixing the problem.
Yes.
So I think this motion can be included as a statement that goes back with the grand jury report that shows you have an intent to take further actions.
I'm sorry?
There hasn't been a second to the motion.
I second.
Okay. When the motion is a statement, you might want to add some things to it, like some timing as to when you're going to, what exactly we need to fix the problem means. And then you could include that statement, which in what goes back to show them that you do intend to to start a process to come up with.
I mean, I feel like this notion that we're just starting in this moment is false. We have been working on this for a while. There have been a number of different items that have been brought forward, including the take-home vehicles, including a number of other things that we've all voted unanimously for, by the way, in order to try to improve what's going on in the police department. So this notion that we're just starting in this second, in this moment, and we never even thought about it before is false. I feel like we need to give the responses. I think that they're good responses. Everyone has their own opinion. We've said it publicly tonight, it's accessible, and we need to do the work of the city and stop playing these politics. Stop playing politics, let's fix it.
Okay, well,
That was a word.
Attorney Shannon Moore suggested putting a link to this. Would you accept that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Christian, time's running.
We're ready.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes, let's work on resolving the problems.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Wilson voting no.
Thank you, City Council.
Thank you.
Our next item, item W2, is to receive a written is to receive an update on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal project prioritization process and approve the top 5 priority projects. Do we have any speakers? We do have speakers. And if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
KCRT, could you please bring up the PowerPoint? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. Tonight, we will be providing an update on the Green Blue New Deal priority projects for implementation over the next 5 years. Joining us this evening, Yana Williamson, Management Analyst in the Economic Development Environmental Health Initiatives Department, and also online, Nanette Beecham, Director of Economic Development. So with that, I will now turn it over to Yana.
Thank you, Samantha, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Next slide. The recommended action is to receive an update on the Richmond Green Blue New Deal project prioritization process and final top 5 projects. Next slide. To provide some background, on July 6th, 2021, the Richmond City Council adopted Resolution 8821 to support the process of developing a Richmond Green Blue New Deal and address transition to 21st century jobs. On October 1st, 2024, staff presented the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Opportunities Report and its appendices to City Council for initial review. In response to council and community feedback, City staff initiated an internal evaluation process to refine the implementation strategy and narrow the scope of projects to be prioritized over the next 5 years. Next slide. Now to touch on what we've done since October. First, City staff developed a survey to gather feedback on which of the 24 projects should be prioritized. The survey was distributed to the Economic Development Commission and also the Workforce Development Board. Next, City staff requested input from department and division staff. Then, after reviewing all responses, staff identified 7 projects that received the highest number of votes among the 24. These 7 projects were shared again with key departments and divisions likely to be involved in implementation to gather additional feedback and confirm feasibility. Next slide. After gathering additional feedback from departments and divisions likely to be heavily involved in implementation, several key considerations emerged. For one, there was a recommendation for a stronger focus on creating meaningful employment and entrepreneurial opportunities for local residents to address existing workforce development gaps. There was a suggestion to explore adding a project that more explicitly addresses the blue component of the Green Blue New Deal, ensuring a more balanced approach across land, water, and energy sectors. Also, we received recommendation to make sure that it was noted that initiatives like food waste recovery and urban tree planting are already underway as a part of other energy-related programs. These efforts weren't reprioritized here to avoid redundancy and to ensure attention is given to areas not currently receiving focused support. And then we also received feedback to refine the scope of work for these projects. Next slide, please. Based on input, staff consolidated similar efforts and reduced the list of 5 priority projects. The percentages represent the amount of people who voted for each project. Those projects are port upgrades in offshore wind manufacturing, building electrification retrofits and green accessory dwellings, brownfield research and innovation, destination downtown, and transition to zero emission vehicles. Next slide, please. As for the next step for each priority projects, there are 4 phases. The first phase is the assessment phase, which entails confirming selected projects are viable and aligned with community and city priorities, incorporating economic development indicators from the U.S. Economic Development Administration's evaluation toolkit to assess strategic fit, job creation potential, and sustainability, and also assess funding needs, timelines, workforce pathways, and preliminary implementation steps. The next phase, phase 2, would be community outreach, which involves engaging with stakeholders, including EDC, Workforce Development Board, Downtown Task Force, and port users to align efforts and share updates. Provide community members with opportunities to give input and also ensure just transition principles are centered. Phase 3 is strategic planning, and that involves developing implementation pathways for each project that includes workforce development alignment, economic development impact, and job quality metrics. Coordinating with regional partners like the Green Empowerment Zone to identify synergies. And then lastly, phase 4 is implementation readiness. It involves co-developing a refined scope of work for each selected project, incorporating community input and interdepartmental review, define responsible departments, required partnerships, and resource needs, and also preparing briefing materials and progress tracking tools to guide ongoing interdepartmental coordination and reporting. Next slide, please. With each priority project, to clarify the scope of work for each project, we will be using this economic development evaluation toolkit to help refine the scope of work. The evaluation tool touches on relevance and strategic fit, economic impact, feasibility and sustainability, performance measures, and then also risk assessment. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 2 public speakers. Speakers are Jamin Purcell and Cordell Handler. Jamin Purcell. Cordell.
So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and I am very excited about this program. So thank you, Samantha and Yana, for this presentation. So as I was looking at this, and I said, out of the 5 projects, I said the port needs some upgrades, which you all just heard when y'all passed the consent calendar regarding the assessments for the port. It would generate so much revenue. So the second thing that I would like to see in the community outreach is like the neighborhood councils, because everywhere you go, people would go out to the port and they'll say, wow, this port is really coming to life. So I do like the idea. And as far as destination downtown, I would like to see a vibrant, more active, more downtown, because when people come to Richmond, people never knew that the destination downtown don't exist. So the idea is creating a beautiful destination in Richmond, so that way when people come to Richmond, they'll say, oh, they want to live here in Richmond. So I'll just leave it at that.
Jamin Purcell.
I'm just going to be real brief because we have a lot of stuff to get to, which is that I just support that we're updating this. So thank you.
And there are no more speakers.
All right. Do we have any comments, questions? Councilmember Robinson.
So I just wanted to say thank you all for your work on this and bringing it to a place where I feel like it's actually focused on actual job creation and industry creation, green industry creation in the city. And it has that focus on economic development that our other climate-related programs that deal with trees and food waste and, don't have, right? Those programs don't focus on how we can create a green, blue New Deal in economic development. So I just wanted to thank you for focusing down and narrowing down what we have now. But I also had a question. As we get deeper into this exploration, other opportunities, other projects may emerge. Is there going to be a process to consider new and different projects as this project moves, kind of moves along? All right, now we have these particular priorities, but what if in the course of the GEZ or in the course of some other project, another opportunity emerges? Is there going to be a process to reevaluate or evaluate on a regular kind of basis?
That is an excellent question. I don't think we've gotten that far yet, but we can absolutely, discuss internally and see if there's an opportunity or, see what additional direction might be.
Would it be helpful if there was a concerted effort to do so like quarterly and then maybe provide an annual update?
Yeah, I think so, but also just even if there was in that annual process, a consideration, a treatment, a review of emergent ideas, because these things happen, and it's nice to not be stuck with certain things, especially as you move into feasibility, and maybe something isn't as feasible as you thought it was from the outside, and you might have something else that looks like a very strong project, and you kind of roll it in later. And just to say again, less is more. Like sometimes focusing in on doing fewer things and doing them better gets a better result than trying to do everything you could possibly think of all at once. So thank you. If we could just have that kind of reporting process, feedback loop, and ability to consider other things, that would be great.
Yes, that's a really good idea. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I appreciate the work and the presentation. I have a question for you. I've been recommending to the city manager, at least and some other city staff, the jobs that are related to home hardening and Zone 0 for wildfire areas, not just for the city of Richmond, in the entire Bay Area. There is not enough workforce. So Gavin Newsom has regulated that there should be some sort of Zone 0 mandate that's 5 feet from homes in wildfire areas, shouldn't have anything combustible. People are losing their insurances, and it will become the law next year. The city of Berkeley proactively made it their law this year. That means vegetation management around the house. That means the wood fence that connects to the house or gate needs to be metal. I live in a wildfire area. I couldn't find anyone in the city of Richmond or East Bay to do metal gates. And I asked the city administration repeatedly for the list. I didn't find anyone. I had to order mine from Southern California. It's very expensive. Not everyone can afford it. So we can train the workforce to do these kind of things, especially with wildfires increasing and the entire East Bay Hills from, Pinole, Richmond, El Cerrito, Berkeley, Oakland. People will have to do this for their safety, for keeping their insurance, and it's the law. It's starting next year. So why aren't they considered? And it's my suggestion to please consider it. There is a great need, simple training, and immediate access to the market.
We appreciate that suggestion, and we'll definitely look into that. I do want to note that
of the priority projects that we included, it was based off of the 24 initial projects included in the opportunities report. So what we've prioritized is based off of that, but we appreciate the suggestion and we will look into it further.
Thank you.
Council members, Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Exciting to see this moving forward and the great solutions that you have here. Couple of suggestions here as we're doing zero emission vehicles, which I'm a big champion of. So let's, if we could also look at ways to incorporate, now that we're moving towards the vehicles, we also, just as important, if not more, we need the infrastructure. Because a vehicle that can't charge is not going anywhere. So we need to make sure that we're also establishing those businesses that are going to be able to create those charging stations all around the city. Also in the report, you have living levies, and lo and behold, later on today, if we get to the agenda, we have a presentation that will help potentially create some living levies around our city, around sea level rise. So stay tuned to that presentation. And then I know that we're working a lot on offshore wind. We'll also look to, we'll like to see if we can look into onshore wind. Richmond is very windy, and there's a lot of potential of creating energy 24/7, not just solar, which creates power only during the sun. And sun's not 24 hours a day. So just those suggestions there. And then a question on the report. I don't know if it matters much or not, but the report itself says February 2025, and then it has acknowledgements. I'm not sure if we're looking to acknowledge the council members that originally voted for this back in 23, 24, or is it a recurring, because now in 2025 we have different council members and the list does not reflect the current council members. I'm not sure if that matters or anything, or if we just kind of say these plus however many as we continue doing more reports. So that is it for now. Thank you so much.
Any other speakers?
Mayor, if I may, to
Yes.
Vice Mayor's point, we can do the latter of what you suggested, if that's okay? Okay.
All right, if there are no other speakers, then then we need.
I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
We didn't go to public comments.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I thought it was.
We had public comment.
Yeah, yeah, we did. Okay, you're trying to confuse
Jamin
me.
and Cordell. You want them again?
No.
Ready?
All right, yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wilson is absent for this vote. The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner voting no, and Councilmember Wilson is absent.
Thank you.
Our next item is W3. That is to direct staff to identify a funding source and issue a request for proposal to identify a nonprofit partner to launch a 6-month pilot program working titled Clean Richmond Community Maintenance Crew. The program will prioritize transitional age youth and sunset 6 months after the start date. During the pilot period, staff will hire 4 full-time equivalent positions in Public Works. We have 3 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm proud to introduce the Clean Richmond pilot program, which is a citywide initiative designed to immediately address the visible blight across our city, including illegal dumping, trash buildup, and graffiti. Richmond is at a critical juncture. Some have spoke to already today during public comment, folks like myself, Ms. Pam, Ms. Lizwood, who have been coming out of pocket to address the growing volume of daily maintenance needs our residents are experiencing. Clean Richmond offers a cost-effective 6-month solution to close the service gap. while committing to hiring full-time public works employees and not just seasonal staff. As a reminder, this is not a Clean District 1 initiative. This is Clean Richmond. A nonprofit will inherit the responsibilities to hire crews that will be made up of Richmond residents to steward their communities with the focus on employing transitional age youth, and they will be deployed throughout our city to handle low-level maintenance tasks that our understaffed public works team cannot address as frequently as we need them to. This pilot will run 7 days a week. Part-time crews Monday through Friday and volunteer crews on the weekends, those who have to satisfy mandatory volunteer hours through schools and courts. While I know we are committed to improving staff, especially within public works, this pilot gives time and space to hire those full-time employees needed. But in the meantime, we must take action that residents will see and feel immediately with cleaner streets and also a responsive government. So we understand and see what's going on. Thank you.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 3 in-person speakers. Speakers are Pam Saucer, Jamie Purcell, and Cordell Hindler. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Pam Saucer.
Good evening, council. Richmond is in high demand for clean Richmond. It is much needed. Jobs also would be available. Richmond looks it just needs to be cleaned up, our front yard and our backyard. Right here at City Hall, it's a whole lot of weeds out there. I go down Cuttings. I've been to the marina, all going up Hilltop, all over Richmond, all down Cutting. But we can have people to help clean the city of Richmond. I done it before back in 2005, clean the whole parkway with over 500 volunteers, and people just came and they didn't get paid. But people can also earn a living, a minimum wage for its cleaning Richmond. Also, we spend millions of dollars on a lot of other things here in Richmond, like it was mentioned earlier. And I just think we need to look more into Richmond for its cleaning up, because it's a high demand here in Richmond. And we could look like a suburb city, really. I go to other cities and states. I've been doing it for years. Seattle, Chicago, a lot of cities all over the United States are very, very clean. And when I was selected by Judge Vanderpool and Judge Bowen to serve on the grand jury, I wish it was now, so I could speak about what's going on and we can have things audit and check and find out where all the other monies are going when we need to be beautifying our city and cleaning it up.
Your time has
That's
expired.
a health hazard as well. Okay.
Jamie Purcell.
We can clean it up. Look at it.
Mess. So I love the idea of this, but I have an issue. One of the things I have an issue with is about outsourcing this job, that this is like an SEIU job. This is something that Public Works should be doing, and we should be hiring more people to be able, within the city to do this. So I have a little bit of the issue with like the nonprofit aspect of this as well. It did speak about maybe doing like trying to bring this as a youth program, and this. I guess I was struggling with the idea of trying to make this job look attractive to a young person. So while I think the intention behind it is actually really, really good, I don't disagree with anything that the woman previously spoke to. I just want to make sure that we're not trying to avoid hiring public works employees and
the people who do our maintenance around the city. One of the things that why they're struggling with trying to be able to do the things that are being asked is that there's just not enough of them. We have 6, I believe, employees for the entirety of Richmond that are doing a lot of this maintenance work. Yeah, I think that really kind of speaks to it. I do believe that, though, I like the beauty behind taking pride in our city, trying to step up for a city, and trying to get people involved. So I just hope that there is a method to be able to make sure that the people who are successful in this are being guided towards a full-time union job here in the city.
Cordell Henler?
Ain't that the truth? So good evening again, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am a Cordell Henler Richmond resident. So I want to thank you, Dr. Brown, for bringing this item forward. As it was stated, I've looked at other neighboring cities, like Albany, El Cerrito, and they beautify. I've seen how they work there, beautifying their communities, and I'm like, now this is something that the city of Richmond should look like, like other cities. At least they maintain their buildings, and I'm like, if other cities can do it, so can Richmond. And so if you look at Hilltop, the one that we just talked about last Tuesday, I've seen the gardeners, like they beautify their landscaping, and I'm like, now this is something that we should be able to do, because we also need to involve the youth, because it takes teamwork. It takes a lot of people to beautify not only our homes, but for other businesses. Like, for example, when Liz Woods was here earlier, she makes sure that she maintains her living space, and it's like, this is perfect. So we need to do something like that. We need to be like other cities, beautifying our community. Because if you want people to come to Richmond, we need to beautify how this city look. We need to beautify, okay? That's it.
That was our last in-person speaker. We have one speaker online.
And the speaker is someone by the name of MacBook Pro. You may begin, and please identify your name for the record. Caller with the name MacBook Pro, you may begin. Please state your name for the record. Please unmute yourself. Okay, there's no response, and that was our only speaker.
Hello.
Right.
Oh,
I'm
yes, you may
sorry.
begin.
Hi, my name's Ardo Rentila. I'm the chair of the RNCC and the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. While I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Brown and Pam, as well as Jamin, I do have concerns of undercutting the unions and liability issues with nonprofits. I think that the city could actually explore maybe an intern program or an apprenticeship program where they're not paying everybody at full value at the beginning. So I appreciate you, Council Member Brown, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Then public comment is closed. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Brown, thank you for bringing this item up. I think that is an important piece that hopefully we start adopting in the future some more. Something similar, I had the opportunity to work on a couple of years ago on 23rd Street. It was the Richmond Ambassadors, and we hired youth from RPAL, and this was a grant that we got as part of the 23rd Street group that we created. And the youth during the summer would walk around 23rd Street cleaning up trash and being an ambassador, talking to people about where to find things and keeping the streets safe as well, because there was a person walking around and it provided that sense of security. So thank you for bringing this here. I also love the timeline. I'm a big timeline person. We'll love to be able to see if in here we might be able to maybe incorporate the additional 4 public works individuals that we're going to be hiring through this pilot program, because that is the agenda item, is to hire, as this program is going, we're also hiring additional full-time public works individuals. So it will be great to see it in here if possible, to say we start and maybe in partnership with the city manager, Curl, figuring out where we start saying, here's where we put out the application or whatever the process is, so that we know that at the end of this 6-month program, we've also accomplished the other goal, which was to hire the 4 public works individuals. And then one of the commenters mentioned something about hopefully having them be full-time employees. So maybe that would be great to see if maybe these youth, depending on their age, could have a pipeline, because they're already going to have that knowledge. They're going to be cleaning our streets already, so maybe it's a great way to build that pipeline from this program to full-time employees. But I would love to see, if possible, again, that in the timeline, to make sure that we're sticking to it, because sometimes we forget, and we need to not forget, because that's an important, crucial piece to this agenda item. So other than that, thank you again.
Any other speakers? Councilmember Bana.
I understand the concerns about giving SEIU jobs to others, but as Vice Mayor Zepeda mentioned, it could be a pipeline into SEIU employment, public works employment. Also, the city already does the practice of giving certain tasks to SOS, and they've been doing an excellent job of cleaning and clearing trash when the public works employees cannot do it. They merely don't have the time. And the way it seems from the look of the city, as it was mentioned, Public Works does not have the capacity to do it. Running it as a pilot program, I think, is an excellent idea to see how it works. And the city, I assume, I would like to ask actually the city manager to explain if within the 6 months, do you think the Public Works will employ more employees to do the job, or we actually do need this contracting out to Richmond residents? City manager?
Can you repeat your question?
So if you think that Public Works is hiring more employees and there is no need, and the city streets will be cleaned up quickly within like 2-3 months, there's no need for this pilot project. But if not, and Public Works is at the capacity with regards to the budget that we have, I think it's an excellent program. I just wanted to see if more employees are coming up.
So I think this is a policy decision for the city council. Yes, we are hiring more public works staff.
For these positions, seasonal or full-time, or?
Yes.
And would these lead to those employments? Is there a possibility?
Well, the way that this item is written, it says we'll hire 4 full-time equivalent positions in public works. And so during the next 6 months, yes, we will hire 4 full-time equivalent employees in public works.
So
and I
it
think
is,
depending on what the council decides on this item, that may impact what those positions will do.
okay, so it is aligned with what we already have in the books.
That is not what I said. I said if there are, depending on the policy direction from the city council on this item, that would impact which 4 or more positions in public works we may hire. But I said ultimately this is a policy decision for the city council.
Can we ask the Public Works Director's opinion about it?
Respectfully, these sorts of discussions, right? It's really, it's more for the council to have amongst themselves. We are here to answer questions, but this is a programmatic and policy decision of the council.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify a couple points that were recurring. The reason for outsourcing to a nonprofit organization was to eliminate the further tasks and responsibilities of our staff. It's a recurring theme around here that everyone is stretched thin. And so to have a nonprofit to be able to inherit the responsibilities to do the hiring, training, and everything like that, I felt would be most appropriate for this 6 months. Also, it was mentioned undermining and undercutting the unions. I actually continued this item in order to meet with the union to actually modify the recommended action in order to meet in the middle, where we both saw that this was a win for Richmond overall, that the Public Works Department, it takes around 4 to 5 months to really onboard someone. So if we have this pilot, if this pilot program exists, then we have time where Richmond residents are not, where the city of Richmond is, is being cleaned, as well as the staff working behind the scenes to ensure that upon the sunset of this pilot program, then we'll be ushering in SEIU members to our Public Works Department. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified, that I have already had discussions with the union regarding the modifications to fit the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Hi. I've also had conversations with SEIU in which they don't support this proposal. So I think we might, I'm just putting that out there. I don't know which of us have had conversations more recently, but to put that out there, we might want to put a pin in that to see if there's anyone from SEIU who wants to clarify that point. I want to first start by acknowledging I like the intention of this. I do think we need to do more to have a better landscaping and a cleaner environment here in Richmond. And I do think we need to do more to uplift our young people and have them have job opportunities. But I don't support contracting out work where the work can be done and is being done by city employees currently. I think it's unfair. We've sort of set up the maintenance team here. We've in recent weeks learned that there's 29 vacant positions in Public Works, operation and maintenance. Those are the folks who normally do this work. The positions are vacant because we don't post them, so there's 29 fewer people than we've budgeted for. And my understanding prior to this is that there was activity for 11 of those positions to be filled, and the city manager can tell me if I got that 11 number wrong, but that is what I was told. And that is the path to having a cleaner and better looking Richmond, is to fill those positions. And then in terms of having young people with more opportunities, I think that we also have a program for that, which is Youth Works, which is a fabulous program. And so I would encourage Councilmember Brown to come back with a plan to do this sort of project instead of outsourcing it to nonprofit groups, but to run a similar program through a combination of Youth Works and Public Works, or even if you don't want to do a separate program, I think we sort of owe it to our city workers to actually fill the positions and then take a look around and see if that's a way to get this very important work done, rather than give up on them and sort of blame them for it not getting done when it is in fact our fault that it isn't. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers? Oh. Yes.
I see Daniel Chavarria in the audience, and I wonder if you have thoughts on the role of public works staff and in kind of cleaning up our town.
Yeah, I think, Councilmember Robinson, if I may, so there was one statement that was made previous to this question that I think we should clarify. So once, we'll come back in August and do a comprehensive overview on what is the role of HR in the city, including hiring, and what are the steps that it takes to hire positions in response to some of the statements pertaining to vacant positions.
Yeah, I guess I'm
so
trying to understand for the 4 positions that are indicated in this particular
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I was
proposal.
responding to an earlier question.
Yeah, in this particular proposal, are there specific vacant positions that we should be focusing on in order to address the problem that Councilmember Brown is?
Yes, the 13 that I identified.
The 13, the
that were in-
groundskeeper,
Yes.
those ones,
Yes.
those are the.
Yeah, those are the ones that we're going to start with while we're in meet and confer with the bargaining units.
And so I guess my question is, do we need to focus the items language to make sure that if this item passes tonight, that those 4 positions are a part of the priority
Well,
positions
but
that
we have to
talked about?
see we would need to look at the job descriptions, right? Based on what the final motion is, because and how the pilot is developed, because some positions have supervisory duties and some do not. So I think we need to put out the RFP. If this council elected to move this forward, I don't think we have enough information right now to definitively say, because once we put out the RFP, what the community-based organization, nonprofit partner may say they're going to do, and then where staff would meet them. What is that intersection, right? Is that a line staff person? Is that a supervisor? Is that a lead? That we would need to figure that out.
I guess that's actually a good clarifying point, because the budget and the kind of timeline that you provided were like a guide, not necessarily a prescription. Is that correct, or am I understanding it wrong?
That's
When
how
you
I
put the
read it.
RFP out, then people are going to respond with their plan.
Right,
Is
and
that
then it's
correct?
a pilot. So then it's like an iterative process where we put out the RFP, we see what we get back, then we try to essentially have a true up, right? So you try to meet the organizations where they are based on what the capacity is, based on what they say they need, and then based on what how the department would need to interface with them. And those would then be the 4 positions that we would move forward based on those conversations.
Is that your understanding, Councilmember Brown? I just want to make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing.
I'm just saying based on how we normally would
Oh,
administer
yeah,
a
yeah.
city
No, I
contract.
mean, in terms of the budget and the timeline that you added to the document, where those were like guides of what it could be.
Yeah, so the budget and the timeline was a working budget and timeline. I just wanted to make sure I included something to give an overview of the vision for the program.
Okay.
And to also just to clarify, I'll let you finish and I'll clarify.
So I want to just put a couple of 2 cents, because as everyone knows by now, I work in nonprofits, and I do feel like there's a powerful role for nonprofits in civic life and in our lives. Like SOS, they could provide great service to the cities that they're a part of. I do feel like there's an opportunity here when you're working with youth to do more than provide just a job. And I wonder if there is a way that we could, or that you would accept, that we could add to the RFP kind of professional development skills, workshops, classes that would be a part of this. So they're not just picking up trash, but maybe learning skills. I also thought a lot about the need for support, especially of the elderly in our community around code enforcement violations, being able to cut the lawn, things like that. And I wondered about that because I feel like something becomes more valuable to a young person if it has an outcome, like you're helping an elderly person, improve their house, and they see that benefit, or they're learning some skills with their hands to use certain tools or certain things. It's just money, and it means less if you're just picking up trash. And so I did wonder if there's a way that we could make this more of a youth development, have more youth development elements into the RFP. That to me, that's where I feel nonprofits bring their strength in, treating the whole person, having it be less transactional, really helping somebody grow into kind of, empowered people. And if it was amenable to add those kinds of elements to the RFP, that's where I could feel like I could support something like this. especially considering that we're re-emphasizing that we want to support public works jobs.
Yeah, I'm definitely open to all suggestions and amendments. I think that we're all wanting the same outcome, so how we get there, I'm not trying to really, be rigid on that. It's just I think the outcome is to clean Richmond, and I think it's both the mission and the outcome of the title, Clean Richmond. If we clean Richmond, we'll have a clean Richmond. So again, I'm not really rigid on the way, how we get there. I also want to clarify because it really seemed that Councilmember Wilson wanted to let everyone know that the union does not support this item. In fact, the union did support the item, which we worked on we reworked the recommended action. And then maybe hours before the meeting last week, they said that they had to withdraw their support. So I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear, that I continued the item because with respect, I wanted to make sure that I was crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's and and taking the necessary steps. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Hi. I have some questions. So this is something that will trigger meet and confer, right?
I certainly believe so, depending on what the final motion is.
Yeah. So, and I also heard SEIU, and I think like you say that they withdraw their support. So I think like in terms of that, I am just kind of like a little bit worried that this won't, like it will take longer time because we are in MOU negotiations with all the unions, including SEIU 1021, and then this meet and confirm this will trigger meet and confirm. So I don't know if that is where or effort should be put in, or it should be put in really filling all the vacancies in the operation and maintenance. That we have already a structure of organizing this. And instead, we work with the youth work that actually because we created and funded 500 or over 500 youth jobs, that could be part of where some of these young residents can go, because youth work is always looking into where to put some of these some of the young folks and in working in the city. And I think like that could be a pathway to hiring some of them to fill the other 18 vacancies that will be still opened because we are filling out of the 29, 11 or 13, something like that. So and then one of the things is that, yes, I also work in the nonprofit sector, but one of the things that I value from the public sector is that they are, they have the support of the unions. They are well paid. They have really good benefits, and I think like we already have a program inside the city that we can focus on strengthening that program to create these kind of innovative ideas within the city. So we take advantage of what we have, because what is going to happen is the reality is that this is going to meet and confirm. And what we had seen, like with the community crisis response program, sometimes the unions can start not moving fast, and it will take 2 or 3 years as the community crisis response program is going. So, and I think like I don't want to send a precedent to be outsourcing the work that city employees needs to do. So we approve a budget. We have some vacancies. let's fill these vacancies and do the innovation through the Youth Works program with all these young folks that are applying and are working in the city to create a real pathway for them, for these 500 young residents to be working in public works and to be working in the city and have union representative and have all the good things of being a city employee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd
Sorry,
like to
go
speak.
ahead. I was going to make a motion. Go
Yes,
ahead.
yeah. Out of curiosity, if there were no impediments, what is the timeline that staff would see in getting this implemented?
Well, it says develop and launch within 6 months. So generally, when that's the direction of the city council, we attempt to meet the deadline that the council's requested. And then if we're not, then we provide an update to the council indicating what the impediments were. That's been our past practice. I think it's been shared, and if not, I apologize. I think we acknowledge that 6 months is aggressive. But we always try to meet the council's deadlines.
Okay, yeah, because the timeline here was much quicker than that, and I was wondering whether or not that was possible. Okay, and so the.
It was a little overzealous.
Yeah.
And the majority of your workers that's working now.
So, excuse me, please.
Every last worker, over 25.
You're interrupting the.
I know that.
Okay.
I strongly apologize, but I had to get that out there. Because SOS came behind men and women about.
Another way you can get it out is by writing it.
Where is the money at to clean the city?
Okay, so so then you say 6 months. At this point, if we approve tonight, the RFP would be written in how much time?
Right now, Mayor, given that we've had a significant volume of requests from council members, we are uploading them to a single repository on the dashboard and prioritizing them based on, what the staff can get through. So at this juncture, I can't provide a definitive timeline, but we can do so over the recess.
Okay, so so once we get the RFP, then we need to get responses, and then the responses have to be evaluated, and the city council has to approve the RFP.
The way that it usually works is the city council would approve in this case, it would be the nonprofit partner. So we would bring a contract to the city council for consideration with the nonprofit partner or partners, depending on how the responses came back. Sometimes nonprofits, they partner and they, maybe 3 or 5 would respond as a group, or maybe there's 1 or 2, or we get 5 responses and staff looks at them and says, oh, maybe we do A, B, and C. So it just depends on what would come back.
Okay, so then, and that couldn't happen until August, the end of August, because.
Right, I don't think, based on, I think it would be, based on when we've done quick turnarounds of only a month, right? I think we need to give more time for staff to put the RFP out and for the respondents to respond. So I think the first meeting in August, which August 19th, I think that would be too aggressive. I think best case scenario would be sometime in September or October.
Okay, and if we did this through YouthWorks, what would the timeline be?
I think it would be similar. The challenge that we have right now is seeing if there's going to be any impacts on both employment and training and RHA. regarding federal funding. So right now, there's, that we are working to draw down funding for work that they've done. We're really laser focused on drawing down money so we don't end up in a lurch where, you know, we are owed reimbursement. So that's been the primary focus. So I would consult with Deputy City Manager White and Deputy Director Walker and ask for their input on a timeline.
Okay. And then I guess the other question is, what is the percentage of chances of this resulting in a meet and confer?
I mean, it sounds like there's been a lot of conversations already. I haven't been involved in all of those conversations, so I would say that it's probably highly likely, you know, 90+%.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown, did you want?
I think it's an amazing program. I think when I hear about all of the pushback regarding taking jobs away, this is not an attempt to redirect work or anything of the such. This is to actually improve the conditions in our city. This is a helpmeet almost. This is something that will. So what do we do while we're hiring, while we're waiting? Is my question. Like, I ride through my district every single day, and I ride through other districts. I ride down Cutting and Carlson, and I mean just all throughout the city. And it's no fault of Public Works. It's the fact that if you're stretched too thin and you can't get to those daily tasks that everyone else see when they walk outside of their doors versus other obligations that Public Works have. But again, this was something that is to be set in place while we're hiring, while we're onboarding individuals and getting them out there to take care of our city. But everyone is not going to be an SEIU employee. This is also an opportunity to support our local residents, to offer them, you know, an incentive to work that they're already doing. I already have like 50+ individuals who have been cleaning up different areas in different parts, not just my district, but different parts of the city, who has been committed. But it's just so disheartening to see the willingness of volunteers and it lacks compensation. And we're willing to give, you know, hundreds of thousands to this, millions to that, but we're not being very focused on the presence of our community and how it looks. I mean, we want to garner business and business development, but how can we anticipate or want someone to come to a city that isn't clean? So I think that, again, it's a great opportunity for us to do something. This is not in lieu of, this is in addition to. So thank you.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I make a motion to approve W3 with suggestions by Councilmember Robinson's regarding including some sort of professional development in it.
I second.
How much is this going to cost? How much?
There was an initial budget that was proposed in the item that was, I believe, 190.
Yes.
Yes, 190,600 is the estimated budget. And upon receipt of the RFP responses, then we would bring back that information to the city council, right, in the proposed contract for the city council's consideration, and that would indicate what the actual fiscal impact would be at that juncture.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Wilson and Mayor Martinez voting no. Our next item is item W5. And that item is to receive a presentation from Futuro Health and adopt a resolution authorizing the allocation of up to $22,700 from an identified funding source to eliminate financial barriers for up to 100 Richmond residents accepted into the Futuro Health Career Training Programs by covering mandatory application, background check, and drug screening fees. You have any speakers? We do not have any speakers signed up for this item. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Yes.
I'm happy to introduce. Thank you again this evening. I'm happy to co-sponsor this item with Councilmember Wilson. This is a no-cost access to a credentialed career training for allied health professions. And thank you to Mr. Rashad Pritchard, who's here today, who will be sharing more on this item. Thank you for attending last week's meeting where you sat for 6 hours and wasn't able to, and now we have you at 9:30. So I'm just excited and ready to jump into it. This item seeks to allocate $22,700 to cover onboarding costs for up to 100 Richmond residents accepted into their program, a tuition-free healthcare training initiative launched by SEIU UHW in partnership with Kaiser Permanente. So I'm extremely excited and happy to welcome Mr. Rashad Pritchard, who is an SEIU contract specialist. And so he'll give us a brief presentation, a very brief presentation, and we could take it from there. Thank you.
Good evening now. Good evening. My name is Rashad Pritchard, Mayor, council members, faculty. I'm going to go over the overview of it. Please ask your questions. I just want to be able to get this heard. So can we go to the slides? Whoever, I don't know who does it.
Yes, KCRT.
There we go. And then that's the first slide. I represent SEIU UHW Union. Got it. So SEIU and Futuro Health offer a tuition-free career pathways to help build future in healthcare. And as healthcare is on the rise, we want to make sure that people are having the opportunity to do so without any said barriers. Often we find that people that are trying to go into these professions they're having the hindrance of a tuition or a bill or a debt. And with these programs, they're not having debt at the end of it. So that removes the barrier and the stress from them being able to take their classes to be able to advance their careers. Next. So together, growing through our healthcare workforce, helping professionals without the debt, and that is, I can't stress that part enough, because when we have seen people try to do other programs and other classifications in other areas, they are expressing that if I only had the opportunity to take a class for this profession, for this, and it should never be the disposition of somebody not being able to advance themselves for that reason if it can be removed. Everybody's not as fortunate for different professions, but these classifications that I'm going to go through this presentation are awarding of that. Next slide. So the minimum eligibility, you have to be referred by SEIU member, which I am. You have to be 18 years or over. a California resident, eligible to work, a GED or high school diploma, can study 3 hours to 5 hours a day, have reliable tech, internet, transportation, and this program is instrumental to the youth of Richmond, where a bad summer can change the trajectory of somebody's life. And I've seen it. I've seen it. I've lived it. With somebody being able to have a career within the matter of months in a pivotal time in anybody's life. It doesn't have to be somebody that's necessarily 18, but somebody that might be just trying to find their way, that might have stumbled along the way. That opportunity with a 6-month time frame would be able to assist them without debt to be able to provide for themselves and have a career in under a year. Next slide, please. That might be me. So luckily, these are one of my, so the different programs, and it goes through the different time span of said program. So you have medical assistant, patient care technician, emergency room technician, and as you can see, the medical assistant one does take the longest, but to be a patient care technician, an emergency room technician is within between 5 and 8 months. And I would also like to, oh, sorry, let me get closer to the mic, I apologize. I would also like to direct your attention to the patient care technician that also offers a CNA certificate. So while you might want to be a patient care technician, it also allows you that certification, so that way you can also apply for a different job, let's say an elderly home or something like that, while you're trying to get that job that you want. It also provides an extra credential. Next slide, please. Patient care representative, that would be somebody that might be online. So sometimes people, I don't want to deal with the one-on-one. I don't want to deal with direct patient care. That's not for everybody, you know. So we do have online courses and online careers. Some people, they don't have that want or need, and they would just like to be over the phone. We have peer support specialists, EKG technician, and that one is 4 months. So you could imagine over the course of a summer and maybe an extra month on the end of it, though, somebody can have a job and be awarded one. Next slide. So the readiness checklist for all people that are trying to do it is they should be able to start within 2 weeks, be in contact with a success coach, committed to one program, willing to do a full-time externship, have a working laptop, and understand vaccination and job placement policy. The reason why it's ready to start in 2 weeks is because we want to be able to make sure people are motivated and don't lose momentum. So when people get stagnated and then there's a gap or barrier in time where it's like, oh yeah, wait 6 months, this, that, and the third, or you're on the waiting list, we're trying to get people in there. I know I'm on a timeline, but I do want to just communicate why this is, because when I've enrolled multiple people have finished the program, they have jobs now. Some people ask me, okay, well, why is this? Who would just do this? And so I wanted just to address that. If you can imagine, and I'm not trying to say that you guys don't have the wherewithal to be able to understand complex situations, but I want to say it really simple. If you have 1, 2, and 3, and the people that are in the 2 column want to be number 3, but the people in the number 1 column don't necessarily want to be number 2. Let's say you have housekeepers, medical assistants, you have RNs or something maybe on the 3rd level. If the people that are on the 1 level don't want to necessarily be in the 2, they're fine where they're at though. They love their careers, they love their job, they love their workflow and what they do. There's nothing wrong with that though. But now how do you feel this middle part? How do you feel this middle part? And that's what this program does. It fills that middle gap for the medical assistants, for the patient care technicians, and all those positions that are moving up. And then those people might want to move up as well, but how do you fill that gap if the people that are right here don't want to move to number 2? I just wanted to put that out there as well. Next slide, please. This is just a hybrid of the different flyers that we have posted, and those get posted in various, I posted all through Richmond. They're at the hospital and so on and so forth. Next slide. So this is a call to action. In times of uncertainty, there are a few things that are, and one of those things are free education through Futuro pathways. And those pathways are filled on a first come basis. So what we are trying to fill is not a limit of who can, it's just the programs that people may want come at a first come basis. So like, let's say you have a high number of people that want to be medical assistants and now they're waiting. So now, 6 months go by before people want to try to take the opportunity. Some of those classes may fill up quicker than others. Next slide. And this is my contact information. There was a slide that was in there. Hold on. Can you go back?
Yeah, they did not put your updated slide deck on there, so that's why I see a few slides missing as well. That was communicated last week,
So
and it was updated.
Can I speak to it? So the slide that I'm speaking about is what was being asked for and why. So there is a $77 for background check, as well as a $150 application fee. That is only if they're approved into the program. So if you can imagine somebody going for an apartment and they have to pay an application fee, and then now you pay for the application fee, don't get the apartment, you're just out of your money. So it's only once you are approved into the program, and those stipulations are surrounded by, let's say, if you're applying for the program and you're 17, but the requirements are you to be 18. So now you wouldn't make it to the program to be having to pay for the 150. So the 77 plus the 150 equals the 227 that we're asking for, and we want to offer this program to 100 people, and we don't want the barrier of the 277 to be the barrier for those 100 applicants. And I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers? No public speakers? Okay.
No, we do not have
Councilmember-
any public speakers.
What's that?
No public speakers.
Okay, so Councilmember Jimenez and then
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I just have a question for the city manager because I believe that Youth Works has some contract or relationship with Kaiser for a program, and I am wondering, is this program like this where they place youth from Richmond directly to that program in Kaiser?
I think this could be a similar add-on. My understanding is that the opportunity here is that and the request is potentially through a partnership with Employment and Training, but it's so that 100 residents would then have this opportunity that it's indicated could be cost prohibitive for the $227 to be paid. And so it would essentially augment what's currently taking place.
Okay, so this will be 100 youth more than
Or
the
just
Youth
100
Works.
Richmond residents.
Yes.
100 youth,
Not youth per se,
or
but just
just, or
residents.
100 residents that will do that, and it's augmented. Okay.
Yes, 18 and over.
Yeah.
And we would need to come back with more finality around the actual administration. Like, for example, generally speaking, we try to limit the the degree to which the city is directly providing. So we may need to partner with a nonprofit or some sort of third-party intermediary. But we would work with employment and training and the Futuro Health and health career training to figure that out if it's the direction of the council.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Anyone else? Yeah, I'm sorry, Robinson.
So, I am actually absolutely sold on the program. There's no doubts in my mind about its importance and what a great return on investment. It's like a small amount of money for each person. I worry about our city process because this looks to me like us getting into trouble again, where we're continuing to, in the last item and this item, continuing to expand the budget outside of the budget. We just approved the budget, now we're expanding the budget without any more budget. So that means that we don't know where these monies are coming from and whatnot. But more importantly, one of the things that we are told very often is that it violates our procurement policy to give money directly to a nonprofit without an RFP process or anything. The way that the city would normally do that, if they were going to do it, is either through an RFP process or through a grant. You apply for the grant, you get the grant, and then you do the work. And so this is one of those things where we're violating our procurement process again by moving forward on this, because we're saying we want to give this particular amount of public money to this particular nonprofit, no matter, even though it's a great thing. I want to figure out how to help. But how do we do that without getting ourselves into this trouble with our auditor, violating our own rules? And we continue to do it, right? We keep coming up because our hearts are big and we love these programs and we want to help people. So I guess I'm just.
Is it that you? Sorry, no, I apologize for cutting you off. Is it that you were saying that? I just want to.
So I can restate it. So essentially, what I understand is the concern is that the item doesn't say, for example, direct staff to pursue health partnerships for training, right? And then, but it specifies a specific entity. So what I would say is,
and just two parts to the troubles is one, it specifies a specific entity which violates our procurement policy quite directly, I think, if I'm understanding it correctly. And then two, we're digging the hole of the budget. And I feel like that in general is just a bad habit. Every council meeting, we allocate more money on top of the budget that we already allocated. And it's hard because I want to support this. And so I guess my question is like, is there an existing pot within like employment development department where this kind of money could come out of an existing funding source? Maybe something that's going to be unspent or something like that. I just.
Yeah. I mean,
and then can we change the language so that it doesn't violate our procurement policy?
Right, so maybe the item, I hear the point. So maybe a compromise could be, direct staff to explore health sector partnerships with nonprofit organizations, something broad like that. And then we could identify if there is potentially funding, for example, within our ECIA budget or within employment and training budget that might be appropriate for this. But my primary concern is having the city providing a direct payment.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So it will not be us giving money directly to Futuro. Futuro, once those eligible applicants are accepted into their program, the Richmond resident would go through the employment and training in order to receive the $227 stipend to pay for the cost that it takes to go into the program.
So employment and training would pay each individual participant?
Right, and see, the concern I have with that approach is, what
Can-
if they
I don't
don't
know,
make it to the, what if they don't make it there?
What if they don't make it where?
What if they don't make it to the training program? So my preference is always to have another intermediary that's responsible for making sure that folks make it, that the funding makes it to, like, if you give Bob $227, right, on a card or whatever,
I
and Bob
understand what
decides
you're-
that Bob has a family emergency, right? But Bob is getting the $227 to go do X that the city of Richmond is paying for with taxpayer dollars. So as city manager, my preference is that we're not in the business of giving Bob $227. We give XYZ Foundation $22,700, and they charge us an administration fee, and their charge is to get 100 people, to get Bob and 99 other people to participate in X program. Because that is, it's more financially sound for the city.
Okay, I thought that was the point of going through the employment and training process to eliminate those concerns, but I hear that you're saying that some folks can't be trusted, that they may do something else with the money.
I think we,
So I think,
yeah, I think just like when we have unhoused people, right? Or anybody who receives, I never have any, I try as much as possible to not have the city of Richmond issuing, we only issue payments to vendors and to city staff. Anyone else who gets a payment, right? If it's like SOS or something like that, or if it's Richmond Community Foundation, then they administer their program, but we don't pay the people who are the recipients.
Right,
If we have a
that's
grant program, like
understandable.
we never pay the recipients directly. What this is asking for is for us to pay the recipients directly, and we don't do that. We never, so if employment and training does it, then they use an intermediary.
I wonder, so here's the thing, is I really feel like this is a program that probably really helps people. It's probably very effective in getting them into the medical
No, I think it
industry.
sounds great.
Right, and so I wonder if we could do something tonight that would look at how we would do this, as how we would support such a program as a city in a way that's in alignment with our procurement policy and with with our procurement policy. Because I feel like again, what we want to do in employment and training, in youth and Richmond Works, is get people to work. And this looks like it's getting people to work. They already have a program. They already have a thing. So how do we, how do we do it right?
The draft recommended action language, I think if the recommended action was broader and didn't specify an organization and just directed staff to work on developing something for that sector, we could come back with a plan that would meet the criteria.
And also a funding source.
Yes.
So
I think that there's probably money within employment and training or ECIA. This is $22,700 isn't an inordinate amount of money. So I'm pretty confident that we can find it. But I think we need time to work through how to do it effectively and within the procurement policies.
So I would suggest that the motion should be receive a presentation from Futuro Health and direct staff to explore a resolution to disperse $22,700 from an identified funding source to 100 Richmond residents.
I believe the way it's, Mr. Mayor, it's written is correct. It says, adopt
I'm
a
sorry,
resolution.
excuse me.
If I may,
Yes, you may.
thank you. It says, adopt a resolution authorizing the allocation of up to $22,700 from an identified funding source to eliminate financial barriers for up to 100 Richmond residents accepted into Futuro Health Career Training Program.
That's a problem. It's not correct.
For up to 100 Richmond residents
Except.
Right,
And then get rid of, into healthcare career training programs. Yeah.
right, and it's direct staff to explore, which is not the same as a resolution authorizing the allocation.
And come back in September.
Right,
Yeah. Is that a motion? I'll second it.
yes.
All the pieces. You got it, Ms. Christian?
Is receive a presentation from Future Health and adopt a resolution authorizing the allocation of up to $22,700 for an identified funding source to eliminate financial barriers up to 100 Richmond residents into healthcare career training
No,
programs.
you missed the important part, which is direct staff to explore a resolution.
Oh, okay, direct staff. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I second it. Whatever she said.
Yeah, no, and.
Who made a motion?
Everybody in pieces.
And so
Putting it together.
They're trying to move
after
us
the,
along.
after you call the motion, I have a clarifying. After you.
Make a quick comment before you do that. I just want to ask all of my fellow council members, as well as myself, to think about this going forward, because I know we all know of great programs and great things and ways that we want to keep improving and get people more access to employment and everything. But when we bring things forward, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm actually trying to make it so that we can keep bringing good things forward. Let's try to do it within the budget process. There's a few windows where we have an opportunity to allocate funds, not just at the annual budget process, but there's a couple more windows, and City Manager Curl can let everybody know when those windows are. We keep it within the budget process, so we're not always expanding the budget every meeting, and then making sure that anything we're bringing forward is following the procurement process, because then we don't have to do it up here. Yeah, that's it.
Right, and I'm in total agreement with that, and I have continually asked that we not expand the budget by resolution.
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second.
Seconded, or should we second it?
Already seconded.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so in terms of next steps, Mayor, just to be clear, when staff comes back with proposed next steps, and there would be an appropriation at that juncture.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next item is W6, to receive a presentation from the first year implementation of the city's sidewalk vending program and provide direction to staff regarding program priorities and potential revisions to the ordinance. We do have in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
You ready to go? Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. My name is Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. And KCRT, can you please put up our presentation, please? Perfect. All right. Well, tonight I have with me Andy Cho, who's a senior engineer with the engineering division, and Alejandra Molina, and she's with Four Leaf, and she's the code enforcement manager. And tonight we're going to give you our first annual update on the Sidewalk Vendor Enforcement Program. Having said that, I'm going to give this to my colleague, Andy, and he and Alejandra will lead us through this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. My name is Andy Cho, and I'm a senior engineer, currently working with the Public Works Department. And we are here to present an update on last fiscal year's Sidewalk vendor program and welcome your feedback and strategic guidance as we explore opportunity to strengthen the program in future and potentially including ordinance amendment. Next slide, please. Okay, today's agenda will begin with an overview of a sidewalk vendor program, including its purpose, SB 946, and the local sidewalk vendor ordinance. This will be followed by an update on sidewalk vendor enforcement program, outlining key objectives and presenting a summary of the enforcement data collected since the program began last year. And it will be presented by Alex by Forlip. The presentation will end with the analysis of the data collected and the recommendations suggested. Next slide, please. The purpose of the sidewalk vendor program is to ensure the sidewalk vendor is conducted in a safe, lawful, and equitable manner. Also, the program supports vendors by helping them operate within the framework of the local and state regulations, while also protecting public health, pedestrian access, and community aesthetics. Next slide, please. In 2019, SB 946 was passed, which is known as the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. The law recognized the important role street vendors play in local economics and seeks to provide them with the legal framework that protects their rights and ensures public safety. SB 946 criminalized sidewalk vendors in California and emphasized supportive regulations over the punishment. SB 946 defines a sidewalk vendor as a person who sells food or merchandise on sidewalk or pedestrian path. So, it does not apply to food trucks or anything with the motor. Also, SB 946 allows local authorities to adopt non-criminal laws to protect public health, safety, and welfare. Next slide, please. So this slide provides some key points of the do's and don'ts based on SB 946. And some of the do's, as you can see on the slide, it provides city to allow administrative penalties and requires a permit. We can rescind the permits after 4 violations. And we can set reasonable objective time, place, and manner restrictions directly relate to the objective of health and safety and welfare concerns. Also, we are required to have a compliance with the Americans with the Disability Act. Some of those based on this SB 946 are we cannot have a criminal enforcement, and we cannot prohibit vending on certain zones, and prohibit roaming sidewalk vendors in residential zones, and require vendors to ask permission from businesses, or restrict the number of the total sidewalk vendors, or confiscate the vending items. Also, we cannot have a very hour of operation for different business types. Next slide, please. In accordance with the SB 946, the City Council adopted a new sidewalk vending ordinance on July 2nd, 2024, aimed at ensuring a safe and welcoming environment for both vendors and the public. The ordinance outlines requirements related to the special business permit, which is mandated for sidewalk vending. I need to make a little correction on this. The annual fee for permit is not $102, but it's $103.66. The ordinance also outlines operational equipment, permitted locations, special requirements for the sales of the food, and penalties for non-compliance. On here, the permitted locations are related to the distance clearance between the fire hydrants or the entrance to the business or curb ramps and so on. We are not talking about the one location that they have to ban, but they can vary the location as long as it complies with our regulations. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll toss to Alex to give us an update on the enforcement update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Alex Molina with Four Leaf. My part is the enforcement objectives, to enforce compliance and hope for voluntary compliance more than anything. We want the vendors, the public to know we're out there educating and enforcing the laws and regulations within the state and within the city of Richmond. Number one is public safety for health and food. Promote fair business practices, support economics, engage vendors through outreach and education. Next slide, please. A program overview. Outreach and education and initiatives, enforcement by Four Leaf. We have a full-time officer out there 7 days a week, staggering schedules, so they may work morning, evenings, or afternoons. It's based on what we see that's going on in the public. If we see more activity in the morning, we'll switch over to the mornings. See more activities at night, we'll switch. So we have a staggering schedule. Joint enforcements, we do enforcements with the Public Health Department and Richmond PD. We've been increasing vendor awareness as well and improve overall enforcement effectiveness. Next slide. So to date, we have a total vendor encountment of 303 throughout the city of Richmond. We've issued notices of violation 298. Citations issued, we have not issued any citations to date. Permits acquired within the time frame have been 15. Next slide. So street vending overview, the number of vendors per month. So it peaked when we first started. We had 68 vendors out in the field, and it gradually declined. Now we're at averaging about 20 a month, which is great numbers. The type of vendors we've encountered with food, which is the most common one, from tacos to tamales to pupusas, that is 40%. Produce, fruit, 30%, flowers, 15%, drinks, aguas, that's 10%, and merchandise. We see a spike in merchandise during graduations or holidays. Vendor equipment used commonly out there are push carts, trailers, grills, mobile food trucks, tents, and tables. Next slide, please. This is a heat map of the overview of when we started. In August through September, you'll see a concentration of vending activities with key hotspots along the 23rd Street, McDonald Avenue, and Cutting Boulevard, with enforcement was most active during that time frame. October and December of 2024, hotspots were highlighted: dense vending activity in the Civic Center and San Pablo. Next slide. Through January, March of 2025, you'll see where it kind of starts staggering away different areas. These areas show repeated vending activity in the high traffic zones. Where we focus more, we try to focus in those areas throughout. In the 23rd, Barrett, Cutting, South area of the city. April through May was Hilltop Mall, Miller Knox Park, and Central Richmond. Next slide. So this is an activity table we put together. In August, there was 68 vendors, September 61, October. I do apologize. We are trying to retrieve that information. We will get it to you as soon as possible for the month of October. November was 9, so they start decreasing, and as it gets warmer, they'll come up and they go back down as enforcement goes out there. So if you see the issued NOV, some have 61 approached vendors, but 58. Sometimes the vendors will take off as soon as we're approaching them, so we're not able to educate. And then you'll see the encounters. We also have the numbers of encounters at the 23rd corridor, 18, 8, 2, 1, 12, 11, 1, and 9. Next slide, please. This is another activity trend, if you'll see. I do apologize for October again. Next slide. This is a vendor activity as well. In August of 2024, we had 90% Latino vendors we approached, 5% African American, 5% Indian. September, it was 95% Latino, 5% African American. Once again, apologize for October. And then November through May of 2025, it has been 100% Latino that we've been out there approaching and speaking to. And you'll also see the encounter vendors with permits. In September, there was 2 that we approached and addressed, and in May, there was 3 that had permits. I apologize. Next slide. This is just a quarterly breakdown of quarter 1. Number of vendors we encountered was 129. Quarter 2 was 19. Quarter 3 was 106. Quarter 4 was 49, and the items mostly sold in those quarters were tacos, hot dogs, fruit, flowers, cell phone, pupusas, corn, clothing, and it's pretty consistent on the type of foods and items vendors are selling in the city of Richmond. Next slide. This is a graph for the 23rd corridor enforcement actions. Since we started, we've issued 62 notices of violations. 3 vendors had permits, valid permits. 100% were Latinos. 3 were open flames, which mean they had grills. Excuse me, I don't know. It's making me laugh. Okay, is this better?
Yes.
I do apologize. And 0 citations have been issued. Next slide. Do you want to take over on this?
So this slide shows the number of the permits that we issued and by the month. And as you can see, we issued 15 permits. Actually, on the stat report, I believe there was some typo. I believe it says 14. Apologize, it's 15. And based on the data, we had 87% of stationary vendors and 13% of roaming vendors. And among those permitted, 73% was non-food vendors and 27% was food vendors. And it was 100% Latino who got the permits. Next slide, please. So we have So we introduced a mobile vendor plaza program. It's called the Lots and Farmers Market. What we have done is, we create this program to support sidewalk vendors to continue their business in the regulated and licensed manner. So it was launched in September 2024, and the ribbon cutting was on October 2024. And currently, we have about 10 vendors operating, and we expect to have up to 20 vendors per day by next quarter. We have applicants waiting to operate next quarter. And on July 6, 2025, last month, we had a KTVU Jeep Trip featured a live broadcast from the farmers market, highlighting local vendors and community spirit. On June 7, 2025, there was official relaunch of ceremony of the lot at the downtown Richmond food court. It's called the downtown Richmond food court. Next slide, please. So mobile vending plaza and farmers market schedules are, the lot is operating on Thursday and Saturdays next to the bar station parking structure on McDonald Avenue. And the farmers market, we have 2 farmers market locations. One is on next to City Hall here. It's happening on Fridays. And one at the Marina Bay Park, they open on Sundays. Next slide, please.
So this is an analysis-driven, data-driven insights. No fines have been collected. We have not issued any citations. Time of vendors broadly distributed. Food making up 96% of the vendors we encounter. High concentration of vendors in the 23rd Street corridor. Different type of equipments, from grills to push carts to coolers to water jugs. Even the gender is 97% Latino. As when we started, it was a diversity of different groups, and now it's become 100% Latino. And then we do issue the special business permits, which is for stationary, and non-stationary, which is roaming food vendors. Next slide, please. Key program achievements: to improve vendor compliance through education and enforcement efforts, decrease public complaints, we've decreased unpermitted vendors, increased number of the permits issued, successfully worked with the 23rd Street Merchants Association, successfully city-supported vending zones as well. Next screen. Is this me?
Yeah, while the program achieved a significant success, it also encountered a few hurdles, including difficulty identifying the offenders. Also, there was some difficulty in communication with the vendors because about almost 100% was non-English speakers, and there was difficulty about permit requirements. There are very long list of the requirements that they have to follow, and it's hard to understand unless you read the entire requirements. Also, there is difficulty pursuing administrative fines. It relates to the difficulty in identifying, and there's insufficient escalated enforcement tool at this time. We only have fines, which is not practical. Also, there is difficulty finding the right balances between the vendors and the local business. Also, effective enforcement with the limited resource. We only have one enforcement officer covering the entire city of Richmond every day, and we are doing our best to cover all 7 days, but there is a limit to how much we can cover. Also, at MVP and Farmers Market, they are not operating 7 days a week, and they're only operating, covering 3 days altogether. So, these vendors are, have difficulty, supporting their families with just 3 days of operation. Next slide, please.
So recommendation, continue and expand the law concept. As we said, when we're out there speaking to the vendors, their number one complaint is that the law and the farmers market is 3 days, and they need to be out there more than 5 days a week. So if that's something we can visit as well, I know we're working on that. Invest in stronger education and tools. Maybe assist them in coming in, how to come in and obtain permits or what's needed. I know Andy helps the vendors as they come in, but just more education. Challenges with the fine collections. Even when we issue NOVs, we don't get accurate names. We get a Maria, a John, and that's really difficult when issuing citations. So we focused on NOVs and just working on a program where we can do that. Implement targeted patrol based on trends. With one officer out there, it's hard to concentrate in one area when we know there's other vendors moving. As we go, they move. So having more support on that as well, and engagement and metric trackings as we've been doing. Next. City of Richmond Sidewalk Vendor Enforcement Program. Program is to insight and lesson learned. I think this is yours. Oh, improve vendor compliance and public awareness. Reduce complaints from the community members. Successful launch of the law, aka MVP as a compliance model. Ongoing enforcement challenges remain, difficulty collecting fines due to lack of vendor ID. Next slide.
So during the first year, we also received some community feedbacks on the program. Some of the feedbacks are like vendors setting up too close to their businesses, particularly brick and mortar establishment are affecting their business. And the allowable vending area is too limited. My trailer exceeds the permitted size. And the operation has been ongoing without issue for over 10 years prior to enactment of the ordinance, so without any complaints. And I cannot relocate to MVP because I will lose my regular customers if I relocate. Also concerns about the disclosing their identification to immigration and customer enforcement with the ICE. Next slide. So preliminary data from the first year of the implementation highlights key areas for possible ordinance and ordinance refinement, clarify permissible vending locations, particularly in relations to sidewalk width, curb ramp, and driveways to ensure ADA compliance and preserve pedestrian circulations. Also increase the minimum setback distance between sidewalk vendors and primary entrance to the brick and mortar businesses. Enforcement procedure, given that the request identification is almost impractical, alternative enforcement mechanism or tools could be considered. Consider the public opinion to balance between the business owners and vendors within the boundary of the laws. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation on the first year implementation of the city sidewalk vendor program. We are welcome your feedbacks and strategic guidance as we explore opportunity to strengthen the program in future. And it includes potentially ordinance amendment. Next slide, please. Well, thank you for your time and attention today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. First, I'd like to go to public comments. Do we have any?
Yes, we do. We have 6 in-person speakers. So call your name, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. Cruz Arroyo, Eric Sanchez, Estefany Sanchez, Alan Taliz, Jamie Purcell, and Veronica Martinez. You have 2 minutes to address the council. Cruz.
Cruz is not here.
Okay, so are we looking at Eric Sanchez?
Yes.
Hola, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Vengo otra vez para ver lo de mi traila. Mi traila tiene un espacio que es más grande así, como este espacio. Es lo que estamos peleando para poder seguir vendiendo donde estamos. Vine a sacar un permiso para vender en la calle, lo cual a mí no se me hace justo que esté yo en la calle porque pasan los carros muy rápido y esta ordenanza ustedes la hicieron el año pasado, lo cual yo ya tengo 15 años con la traila ahí en ese mismo lugar. La traila mide 6 pies por 10, entonces estamos hablando de 4 pies, que es más grande la traila. Yo quisiera que se tocaran el corazón y me dejaran trabajar donde estoy.
I'm Estefany Sanchez. I'll be translating for my father, Eric. What he was saying is that the dimensions of the measurement of the trailer that we have, Super Churros, it's 6 by 10. And this new law from the permit, it's 6 by 5 apparently. So the bottom page that you see in that lower bottom of the measurement, it's 4 feet. That 4 feet made us kicked out to the street. Right now, currently, the trailer has been on the street for almost a month. And it's more of a health hazard for, well, not a health hazard, it's more dangerous for our end because a car could just come anyway. We're not looking to relocate, we're looking to be put back just because of the 4 feet. You can see right now that 4 feet, it's little. It's not much. And you can see from all dimensions, from right, left, from the back, and the front, the trailer's small. The trailer's small. We were never considered a year ago until now. Thank you.
Stephanie Sanchez?
That's me. So, hello, City Council. I am Stephanie Sanchez. I am a proud graduate from honors in Richmond High School of class 2024. I'm currently a full-time college student in Contra Costa College, and I've earned 7 academic scholarships. But tonight, I'm not going to stand here as a student. I'm standing here as a daughter of a man who built a dream with his hands, his sweat, and his heart. His dream is called Super Churros. We served the city for over 20 years, 15 years in the same spot, Andrade Avenue. I'm not going to be here standing as a student or as a speaker without this business being born in 2011. This food truck helped raise me, and now I'm using my voice to fight for it. This business helped support my education and helped serve the public for decades. It's known across the Bay Area. Customers come from San Rafael, Sacramento, San Jose, even Los Angeles to visit our trailer. Our trailer has always been permitted, licensed, clean, maintained, and loved by our community, and I'm a part of this neighborhood. For the local culture and countless people's routines, people from going after school and people coming after work. Today, I'm asking you to please reconsider the size of the sidewalk vending program or create a grandfather clause to protect longstanding business like Super Churros. Our trailer has never caused harm, never created a hazard, never blocked a sidewalk, but it has always done one thing for sure, served. Served our country, served our city with pride, with heart, and completely with dedication. We handed out free food to struggle families. We donated to children's hospitals. We showed up to school events, police and fire department gatherings, and community festivals. And throughout all, we did it legally, ethically, and respectfully. We hear, we care, and we want to come to serving our community we love. I'm asking you to remember me, not just as a speaker tonight, but as a daughter for a family that gives this city everything we have. When the time comes to vote, it isn't about a space, it's about belonging. This vote doesn't mean about feet or inches, it's about the whether our roots still have a home in that exact spot. Thank you.
Alan Talese?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. I'm here on behalf of Super Churros. I want to start off by saying I'm a resident of Richmond and have been living here my whole life. I've grown up seeing Mr. Sanchez and his wife running his business on the corner of 23rd and on Andrade, working to provide for their family and keep a roof over their head, food on their plate, and clothes on their back. They've shown nothing but kindness and love, not just to the community of Richmond, but as well as those that came from the surrounding cities such as El Cerrito, El Sobrante, Pinole, and as far as San Rafael, Oakland, and San Francisco. They've never caused any trouble, always kept their work area clean, and even provided food for those who are homeless. With this new rule that has been set into place, it's made it to where Mr. Sanchez has felt unsafe, not only for himself, but for his clients as well, due to their new location being on the street instead of on the sidewalk. It also makes it difficult for those who are handicapped to be able to walk up to the window to make orders. So that is why I'm here today to take into consideration to allow Super Churros to return to their original location and make everything back to normal for them to continue to have a safe and positive impact on the community. Thank you.
Jamie Purcell?
first I'm going to say I love Super Churro. It's great. It is a really great business. And so what I was going to just bring up that it would be really great if we have a lot of festivals and we have a hard time oftentimes trying to bring out these vendors because it is hard for them to be able to, for us to be able to contact them, to be able to reach out, and as well how to be able to get them into our events to be able to help provide food for the city of Richmond as we're all enjoying, whether it's Pride, Juneteenth, whatever. Although I will say Cinco de Mayo, like, they kill it every time, but like, they've been doing it for really long. So I would just really hope that as part of this, if there is some way for those who are willing to be able to opt in, for us to be able, for us who are putting together events, to be able to reach out to the city, to be able to get a list, to be able to contact these folks, so that we can invite them to be vendors and patron our guests. So. And one of those things, actually, we did try to get Super Churro actually, and we did run into some difficulties because they were not operational whenever we were trying to reach out. So I would just like to, try to support local businesses, support local entrepreneurs, and I hope that we can, in the coming year and in the future of this program, be able to help facilitate that. Thank you.
Veronica Martinez.
Buenas noches, señores del concilio. Mi nombre es Verónica Martínez. Tengo más de 25 años viviendo en la comunidad. Mi comentario hoy es para apoyar al señor de los churros, ya que él tiene 15 años vendiendo en ese lugar y nunca ha tenido ni causado ningún problema. Entonces, no veo el por qué lo movieron, ya que de la manera que está ahora, invade más la calle, porque esa calle es demasiado estrecha, no es muy amplia. Buenas noches, gracias.
Good evening. My name is Jair Martinez. I'll be translating for my mom. My mom was trying to say is she's been living in this community for 25 years. And her comment is to support the owner of Super Churros because they moved them and he has not had a problem with anybody here in the community. As also that the street is also very narrow and it's unsafe for the food truck to be in the street. And that's all her comment, and she says thank you to all of you guys in the council. Thank you.
And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public speaking is closed, and it's time for questions and comments. Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'll try to be quick. We'll love to see some kind of exemption or grandfathering in of certain machinery or equipment, or in this case, the truck size. I think we should have a little bit of wiggle room because it's sometimes hard to find the specific truck that you might need. So if there's already one that's already been working and it's not already doing something bad, if it meets everything else, one extra foot, as long as it's not blocking the ADA access, maybe that might give us some space there.
If I may, Vice Mayor, what would be, instead of using the term of art grandfather, because this would be revisions, right, to the existing ordinance, would be to, for example, state for staff to, and they have been doing this, right, to work with the vendors to come up with criteria that would enable them to be compliant, and then to come back with those to the council, and then the council could consider those as a way to move forward.
Perfect. And I don't know if there's anything that we can do. It sounds like their business is struggling right now because of some issues. So I don't know if there's something we can do at this time.
I believe there have been some conversations. If you would like staff to provide an update on that, we certainly could.
Thank you.
Something also to keep in mind is that with these types of trailer-mounted vehicles, basically, they have to drive up onto the sidewalk and place their equipment there. So something to keep in mind with doing that is that there could be damage to the sidewalk, and there's going to be questions of who's liable for repairs if that does happen.
Thank you. Thank you. That leads me kind of actually to some of my other points here. that I got texts at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning from a particular business because one vendor had been blocking them or had been stationed right in front using their property to park and unload. The people buying would use their parking lot to come out and then use the food vendor. So that became a liability, so not whose. So if we can put that in the ordinance, that they're not allowed to use private property to being able to set up or to have their customers utilize that private property, because that becomes a big concern of liability, because their tenants or their customers are using somebody else's property. And then in terms of the address, if we're asking for an address and location, this particular vendor was using one address, but they were stationed at the other street. So that also became an issue. They were bringing that up, that it wasn't matching what was in the application. And they should not be vending to passing vehicles. So that should be something on there as well. I think, if I remember the ordinance, reading it earlier, it already has something, but we have to have stronger language that they shouldn't be so accessible that people can just try to throw them $1 as they're passing by and get the food. So making sure that that's there. And then more clearly define entrance to a business, because in this particular instance, they have a driveway. They actually have two driveways, and then they have the main door to their business, but I believe the driveway should also be considered the entrance to their business, since that's how you get in originally to their business. So we can put that on there as well, really defining that you can't be too close to any of those entrances. And I agree about increasing the MVP in the farmers market. I think we need more of those everywhere. And then in terms of locations, if there's only one business in a particular block, we shouldn't have one brick and mortar and then one vending, because that's a 50-50. They're just taking that revenue away from that brick and mortar, especially if they're selling something very similar to them. So hopefully they're able to vend in locations where they have a lot more brick and mortar, so they can kind of share the love there. And then lastly, I know that we gave a lot of recommendations in the first time that we brought this forward, so it'll be great to see if we can go back and reference them. This presentation has some of that, but I think there were some other ones as well, because back then the 23rd Street Merchant Association gave a lot of input, so it'll be great to see if we can try to get some of those from the original. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonner?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Excellent presentation, excellent work. I'm just having two quick questions. Number one, I believe Super Churros is the same business that was complaining here last week, and it was agreed that the city would work out a solution with them. They're back here. I emailed the city manager and Public Works asking it to be grandfathered. The answer was no, and I don't understand why.
Right. The way ordinances work, you can't just say, oh, we're going to give a grandfather for one business. So what I just suggested to Vice Mayor Zepeda was that informing his recommendations, that he consider providing guidance that, because this is an official action of the council now. Last week, we said it as a courtesy. I asked staff to work with the business, right? But this evening, the recommended action before you is to, the latter part of it is to provide direction to staff regarding program priorities and potential revisions to the ordinance. So I'm suggesting that the council, having heard the concerns from the business owners, that the council may want to direct staff to incorporate, where feasible, to incorporate mechanisms into the revised ordinance that'll come back to you to address these concerns.
So the revised ordinance could include grandfathering businesses that have worked, for example, 4 or 5 years without any incident.
We've had a lot of, for lack of a better way to describe it, circular causation with grandfathering things, right? Where we're just, there's been lots of conversations, right, on other items. So what we're trying to do now is keep the administrative record clean and say that there's going to be revisions to the ordinance.
Okay. So in such cases, exceptions could be considered case by case, because
No,
from the
we would not
pictures,
say
it's
that there are going to be exceptions, where we would say that there's going to be revisions to the ordinance, and that the council should articulate what those revisions should be.
So it's coming on August 19th?
No, we didn't say that.
So until then, what does the business do?
Um,
Can
I would
we-
defer to, so I would defer to Public Works to respond. And I believe Mr. Chavarria may want to assist in responding, because I believe he, at the last meeting, had direct conversations with the businesses.
I knew you wanted me back here. Good evening, Mr. Mayor Martinez, City Council members. I mean, definitely this specific case brings up a big challenge, because the California Streets and Highway Code and our municipal code establishes that the responsibility of maintenance of the sidewalk lays on the fronting property owner. In this case, the owner of the building, the yellow building. So if something happens there, and the city allowed this truck, this trailer on the sidewalk, who's going to be liable? And so basically, you're passing that to the fronting property owner, or the fronting property owner is going to say, you allow it there, you caused the damage, who's liable? So it's not as simple as just saying, I mean, I know right now it's kind of put it like you're a bad person or a good person. We're saying there are some other things to consider, and it's not as black and white. I have to be honest, I was planning to visit the location last week. I couldn't make it. I'm planning to do it this week. However, Andy was there. He saw the location. We immediately identified the situation with the sidewalk, right? And we actually, discussing with the staff, okay, let's tell the vendor to set on the street. Now we have complaints from the 23rd Street Merchant Association, and as I haven't seen it, I've seen pictures, but just from the comments tonight, if they're saying that there's not enough room on the street, that gives me a size of the equipment that we're having there. That again, I haven't seen in person, I've seen in pictures, and it definitely is beyond the size of the ordinance. And at this point, yeah, the solution is not that clear. Now, we're talking about the word grandfather in. The information I received is that they were in another location prior, in a private parking lot, that they had difficulties there. I mean, I think security difficulties. I have no way to confirm that that's the case. But the same way, if we're going to grandfather in, how long, which businesses are we going to grandfather in? Which sidewalk businesses are we going to grandfather in? That how long should they have been in that location, and how they're going to prove that they've been in that location to grandfather in? For example, if we talk about the business in from the 7-Eleven, well, if they've been there for 2 years, and are we going to grandfather them in as well? So whatever we do in this case, we're going to have to be consistent later. That's the challenge, right?
Thank you. My second question, so I assume you're going to find a solution for them so that they will have income.
We've been working with them and been giving them several different options to allow them to continue to operate. They have applied for and received the sidewalk vending permit through the city, so they are a licensed sidewalk vendor.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about fruit vendors. I didn't hear anything about them. I see fruit vendors around the city. That's one person is standing, by some fruits or sitting there. Who are they?
So there's different kinds of food vendors. So we have sidewalk vendors. Those they can be a roaming vendor, or they can be stationary.
No, my
So-
question is, are they business owners or they are hired by a major vendor around the city to be spread around?
There, some are kind of like a franchise type of operation, and some are just local business entrepreneurs that are trying to establish their own business.
They don't need a permit, I assume, because they're not cooking anything, right?
They absolutely have to have a permit.
Okay.
So in order to be a sidewalk vendor, I'm only speaking about sidewalk vendors, there's other kinds of food vendors, but to be a sidewalk vendor and sell food, you have to get a permit through the county, through the health department, so that they have to be able to prepare food in a safe way. They show that permit to the city when they're applying for their sidewalk vending permit, amongst
But
other
selling
documentation.
fruits doesn't need anything from the health department. So just wanted to make sure that they are safe, because some people think they're exploited by others. I don't know.
Councilmember
I was
Bonner,
just
no,
wondering.
what you say, to sell fruit, you have to have a permit.
Business permit, not health permit, I assume.
It depends on if the fruit is cut or not.
Yeah.
There's different criteria.
Yeah. No, they're not caught. Okay. Thank you.
But we just don't want it being repeated that you don't need a permit. You have to have a permit.
Yes, my question was more into the work condition of them, so I assume these permits are a way of assuring that there is no workers' exploitation in the city of Richmond.
I think also with answering to that, I think that's where we get challenges where they don't want to disclose information. And we run into those challenges which you're asking us, so sometimes we can't give you that exact answer of who they're working for. We'll have, when they're in compliance, they'll call someone, they'll come and pick them up, but then they'll drop them off 2 blocks down. And we drive around the corner and they're there, and they're like, oh, I need to call someone. Who are you calling? They won't disclose it.
Got it. There's so much we can do. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation and all the work staff is putting into that. I just wanted to say that I am really happy with the lot. We worked really hard with Lina Velasquez and Tania Pulido from John Joya's office and the health department to come up with the idea of how we can provide spaces for street vendors, and it seems that it's working. One of the things that I just wanted to explore is what you say about the challenge of not having enough days and for the vendors in this permitted area to be selling their products. So I believe it's like 4 instead of 3 because there is 2 days in the lot and 2 other days in the farmers markets, one on Friday and one on Sunday. My question is, how many vendors are in each of the farmers markets? And how many, like you say that you are in the lot, you are hoping to have 20, but it's 20 for these 4 areas, like the 2 farmers markets and the lot, or just in the lot?
So just to clarify something, so the vendors that are participating in this are covered under the farmer's permit, the farmer's market permit in the health process. So that the expanding the number of vendors through that process is pretty limited, that they're only allowed to operate so many days a week. So what we're referring to is just the concept. So that the idea is that we're trying to give, through the lot and the farmers market someplace for the vendors to go. It would be, we're just suggesting that that idea of giving these vendors somewhere to go that's off street is is a good idea. I'm not sure. We need, first I want to recognize that the economic development team set that up and did a great job of making sure that the vendors were participating in the farmers market thing, but they're also not present tonight. And so if we get too deep into the weeds, we won't, this team here won't be able to answer those questions.
I understand. Thank you. That will be I think one of the things is that it will be good to explore other areas. We mentioned in our research about what lots we can use. We also were thinking about the parking lot here on Barrett near the Civic Center. That could be another space for us to provide other 2 days. The problem with what we are having right now is that the health department permitted is for special events, and they have certain days, and these days are maximum 2 days a week. So if we want to provide more other dates, we will have to find other places for that special permit to be utilized. So that is one thing that maybe we can also have some analysis of where where the city can provide other spaces that are kind of like the lot. I feel like if we had these spaces, we can provide, and in different areas in the city, we can provide more options for the vendors, which they are saying, oh, I don't go there because I will lose my clientele if I move from this space. So just kind of like have more other options and more days. And then my other question is, through these, they had been no citations, but kind of like just looking at like how many vendors are. And I see that some of them has been applying for the permits, but I see that that number is small compared to how many street vendors had you approached. Do you know what are the barriers of small vendors who are selling in the street and are kind of like following the sidewalk ordinance where they are not blocking the street? They could be potentially good there, but they haven't applied for the permits. Do you know what the barriers are for them?
So that's a great question. So when Fort Leaf hands out the notice of violations, a lot of the vendors do actually come in and try to get a permit. As we discussed earlier, there's a list of documentation that they need to provide to the city in order to get the sidewalk vendor permit. One of them is, a license to prepare food from the county. So that's the big barrier. A lot of these vendors aren't able to do that. I'm going to get a little bit out of school on this, but I think that the big problem with being able to get a license through the health department is that you need to prepare your food in a commercial kitchen. And so I think that's where a lot of these vendors get hung up, is that they don't have access to a commercial kitchen. I know we've had internal discussions with staff, particularly our economic development team, who once again is doing an awesome job. But I know there's been some discussion of, how can the city facilitate, access to a commercial kitchen, to help these entrepreneurs out.
Okay, thank you. Had you heard, because I heard from the county department that they were going to, like the health department, that they were going to bring an ordinance at the county level so that this issue of the needing a commercial kitchen was addressed by allowing them to use their kitchens and have special permits for using their kitchens. But I haven't, like they told us that was coming up to the board of supervisors, but we haven't heard anything, so I don't know. Maybe that could be also a solution that if they pass that through the
Staff can
county.
follow up on
Yeah,
that. And,
that-
and then also
because-
on the point about, the other point about the locations, I think there has been an inquiry definitively for there to be a consideration pertaining to expanding, and maybe maybe for permitting reasons, it just can't be, farmer's market, but maybe it's like farmer's market at Hilltop or farmer's market at whatever, and they have different names. But we could see if there was an interest in, when we come back, provide an update to see if there's an interest in potentially expanding to other geographic areas in the council, in the city.
Okay, Councilmember Brown, and then Robinson.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the hard work. A year ago, it did not look like this, so I commend you all. I definitely agree. I would love to see a farmer's market Hilltop, and just being able to have all these different pop-ups in various parts of the city, I think would be so great and very inclusive. I do, within your outreach model, I see that on one of the slides, it was like 100% Latino for like so many months. And I'm wondering, what are we doing to diversify our vendors to reflect Richmond as a whole?
That's a great question. I mean, we do have the MVP, which is now branded The Lot, so that's providing, an opportunity for all to participate, gives them a safe place that's organized and off the street. So I think that's one way that's happening. Through the enforcement program, there's not a lot that we can do to do that. They're entrepreneurs, so it's really based on who, is willing to go out and do this in order to make a living. So it's market-based.
Yeah. So if I may, my observation when I've gone, and I frequent them regularly, the farmers market, all of the locations, that the participants are diverse. I think the data that was being reported was regarding interactions on enforcement. So like when, like at the farmers market on Friday, it's a broad cross-section of participants, as well as at the lot. I think, in my anecdotal observation, it's the vendors are more diverse than has been reported in the enforcement.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of like see what we were doing as far as branding, because like we don't want to frame that street vending is a Latino thing, because many of the photos that are placed on some of the graphics have like, carts and things. I mean, it's just the look, instead of welcoming like an entrepreneurial spirit as to like all are welcome, and this is not just, a Latino profession, that this is broadened to everyone's invited. I think that's what I'm trying to say. And so I just want to make sure that we're going in that direction where we're being inclusive and reflective of Richmond as a whole. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
Oh, 5 minutes. I'm going to talk really fast. I want to second what Councilmember Brown just said. I get a lot of feedback from people who feel that the mobile vendor program is not for people other than Latinos. And I think that we should be really aware of that and make sure that, we're doing everything we can to make it an inclusive space, that especially the lot is a place where somebody could actually launch their small business, and that there's support there, and that it's open to everyone. And I think that happens a lot in your outreach materials, making sure that it's reflective of the whole community, so people can see themselves in it. And then I want to throw in a bunch of quick things. Things learned from the 7-Eleven situation. Permitting in no stopping zones is a problem. So if we allow vendors to set up on the sidewalk where there's a no stopping zone on the street, then you have people who stop in the no stopping zone in order to get food from the vendor. So I think we need to reconsider locations that have been allowable locations that are in no stopping zones. Similarly, when there is no place to stop, but there happens to be a business that has a gas station, people will then pull into the gas station and park in somebody's business in order to go to the vendor that's competing with the business. And so we also need to think about where are people going to park. If they're going to go to sidewalk vendors, if they're stopping for sidewalk vendors, they're not walking themselves. And let it not be the competing brick and mortar, because that creates a lot of problems. I don't know how we structure that, but I think that we need to think about that in terms of permitting spaces, because that to me, that's a really big problem. That's not okay. And then I did kind of notice what Councilmember Jimenez was kind of, I think, pointing out around, 96% of the vendors that you're encountering out on the street are food vendors, but only 27% are licensed. Of the licensed food vendors are food vendors. So I think that it's because of this two-step that it's more difficult. But that is something to think about and wondering, because especially if we're thinking about, one of the chief concerns is food safety. And if we have so many, many more vendors selling food that are apparently unlicensed, like how do we resolve that? I would also be in support of some kind of adjustments to the ordinance so that, legacy businesses can continue their business, whatever the language is. Thank you.
Mayor, given the time, is there anything on consent that the council wants to approve before time has expired?
Consent?
I mean, think
A
items
motion,
that were,
like
yeah.
to make a motion to accept the resolution with the adjustments that we discussed tonight, the recommend.
I haven't had a chance to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. So I want to say very quickly, there was street vendors long before we had the ordinance. We made an ordinance. That ordinance didn't fit the people who were here before. So I think we need to look at how the ordinance affects the street vendors that we have, meaning that, for instance, if the trailer or whatever is too wide, but it fits on a sidewalk, why can't it be there? As opposed to just saying it can't be there because it's too wide. And then the other thing, like the sidewalk, I'm sure we can work out some agreement. If someone parks in the same place all the time, then we could say, write some kind of contract saying, okay, since you park here all the time, if there's any damage to the sidewalk here, you're responsible for repairing it. So there's a lot of different solutions that we need to consider.
I second the motion that Councilmember Robinson put out.
I didn't know we needed a motion for this item.
It was just providing guidance.
I thought we were going to provide guidance for next steps. And I think that
Yes,
we need
and-
to pursue a revision to the ordinance that takes into consideration the recommendations that we brought up tonight, specifically and especially those
turn your mic on.
recommendations that would help legacy businesses.
And we did provide the
Were there any other items that were not approved that are on the agenda that the council wanted to approve before the recess?
it's 11 now, so.
Okay, I guess not.
Mr. Ashire, is there anything that we can do to extend a little bit past since we're going on break?
Yes.
And is it for any items that need a vote, or can we still hear items that don't require a vote?
He said, hallelujah.
It's a definite stop. All right. So we are adjourned.
Everyone enjoy your recess.
See y'all in August.